So I got to wait till Tuesday. Okay. Oh my God. I just need to keep hearing that right there. Hey, you are awesomely awesome. And you're the best. You're the best blessed. Just hell. I can't even sound, I don't even know what to say.
Had a vision for 20 in the morning, thinking of my little sisters in mourning, struggling with realities, no melodies, holidays ain't the same, everything's changed. No Bowie, no Prince, and no Michael, no Andre Crouch and the Disciples, no Walter, Edwin, or Deborah Coley, no Whitney, no George Michael. Toys R Us gone bankrupt, damn they Guitar City went bankrupt. Everything from my childhood's missing, man. Man, I swear it's such a fooled up feeling, man. I'm not mad, it's a simple observation, and I'm not sad, but it's not a celebration. I'm just trying to put the pieces back together, man. Everything's falling through my fingers like sand. It seems a tighter that I'm gripping. It seems the more that I am slipping. I feel like I lost everything I love. And where's this alleged agape love? In churches ain't the same. Gospel music just ain't the same. R&B it just ain't the same. But y'all keep telling me it's the same. But I ain't feeling nothing, damn it. And I don't wanna reach up and grab it. Shots fired, get to ducking. Always knew they were up to something. This ain't no future in your frontin'. And y'all know you still out here fool. I'm not a baby, bro, I'm grown. Don't leave me standing out here alone. That's why I wrote this song, because I know I'm not alone. What are we out here doing? What are we out here saying? People don't care no more. So fuck it, I don't care no more. This is too much for you to handle. I was always too much to handle. There ain't nothing new about me. You don't want authenticity. You don't want sincerity. 2020 brought me clarity. Now I see who you really are. No mask wearing, mailbox wrecking, racist motherfucker. Let's go. Homie, you don't really want it. Sis, you don't really want it. I'm your nightmare opponent. Walking in a new anointing. Walking past all your bullets. Nothing in your trigger bullet. Try and pull it again. No weapon missed again. Tired of talking about changes. Tired of going through changes. Lie after lie. Lie after lie. Republicans and the Democrats. Prime ministers and bureaucrats. Senators and aristocrats. HBO and Cinemax. Film the babies in the cages. Babies dying in the cages. I ain't forgot about the cages. And if you did, then you're a racist. Calling it out like it is. Call it out like it is. We've been indoors for a year. And we're heading for another year. Lights off for cologne. High interest student loans. Living in a pandemic. Calculated and systemic. Start with black folks first. Kill that melanin first. Press us down and we pop up. Press us down and we pop back up. Speaking of getting it poppin', I heard you wanna get it poppin'. 400 years picked up. I guess you really wanna get picked up. We ain't playing with that ass. I'll get all up in that ass. Been doing wrong for too long. Time to sing a brand new song. Free at last. Free at last. Thank God Almighty. We're free at last. Free of all of your religion. All of your European religion. All of your biased decisions. All of your wicked intentions. It didn't work back then. Ain't gonna work now. We were peaceful back then, but we get rowdy now. Let's get ready to rumble. Let's get ready to rumble. Sick of being here anyway. Can somebody shout change? Change! 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 Change!
I took a hit for the team. Took a bullet for the dream. That we would one day all be free. Free from prejudice. Free from sexism. Free from bigotry. I die for creativity. Yeah. I die for freedom to be free.
What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on, everyone? Hello, hello, hello. I hope that you all are having a wonderful Wednesday morning, baby. So I got all these questions, girl, for nothing. I'm going to give my recap on tonight's live, okay? Because no shade, if we're going to talk about the subject of queerness, I'm the only one that can speak with complete, objectivity, subjectivity, the whole entire experience of queerness. More so than anybody on that panel. And the only person on that panel who is the closest to understanding queer people. Not understanding them in the realm of sex and having to fucking do all that shit. But as far as the human aspect of, I can still honor you as an individual. If you're not hurting me, if you're not hurting yourself, or you're not hurting others, then why is there such a fucking issue? And the only person who was the most, in my opinion, open-minded, tapped into humanity, actually walked out the footsteps of Christ, not the people who claim that they're doing it. Oh, I'm sorry. These are people who are claiming to do it in the name of God, when in that same book it said that Christ is the only way to the Father. And that's in that book. That person was Dr. Nakumbe. Shout out to Dr. Nakumbe. We need more black men like Dr. Nakumbe. Black men who are willing to say, I'm going to be my own man and I'm not going to sit up here and force myself into this rigid idea of thinking. Especially if I know if it's toxic, because I think there was this whole conflating thing going on that when I say toxic masculinity, they're thinking that I'm talking about masculinity, or I'm talking about their form of expression of masculinity. Divine masculine don't give a fuck what is gay, even if it's this goddamn child. If anything, they would understand that their child, if they happen to be queer, again, children who happen to be queer, we're not talking about children who's been touched and all this other type of stuff that we love to attribute to queerness, but people who actually are queer. To say, hey, I'm going to do what I can as a parent. This is one of the difficult parts of being a parent. I don't have to be a parent right now to understand how hard parenting is. I have two parents who, thank God they're still alive. And I have a really good memory of my childhood. Home videos and shit like that. I know I was a handful for my goddamn parents. I know I was. And I hope to one day aspire to attract a mate, okay, whom I can dedicate a part of my life to committing to and grow a family as well. Because, again, I understand what love really is. It's an energy thing. And that the same love that courses through the vessels of humanity, through the expressions of heterosexuality, that can happen on the spectrum of sexuality, including queerness as well. Now, I will admit, and shout out to Dr. Nakumbe calling me out, which I do appreciate, but I do have, some people will say it's an excuse, but I will give you my reason for that. I was the one that interrupted the most. Because, for one, I was the only queer person on the panel. I'm okay with that. But at the same time, if I'm going to have 5, 6, 7 motherfuckers talking to me at one time, I'm going to have to break through some of this shit so I can go ahead and break shit down. Now, I don't mind doing that because I like a challenge. And I see all this as training for me. Y'all have never met BubzDaGawd before. Y'all getting to know me. But the gag is, I've been doing my commentary trying to understand y'all's mindsets. I've heard how y'all speak about queer people when queer people ain't in the room or they're not on the panel, and it be entirely different. But towards the end of the live, the truth came out. That's what I want. Shout out to Trey. Okay, shout out to motherfucking Trey. Okay, Trey say he ain't with the gay shit, girl. He think it's nasty, disgusting, it's aggressive. I respect a man who can at least stand 10 toes down on what he believe and just say the truth. And now that you done said your goddamn truth, now I'ma say some real truthful stuff, and we just gonna be two truthful ass niggas. I would rather it be that way. Because if we gonna see in each other's quote unquote blind spots, nigga, let's see in each other's blind spots, nigga. Just make sure that the speck that's in your eye is removed before you try to see what's going on over here. Okay? Now, I appreciate conversations like that. I like difficult conversations. I like conversations that make you think. I know a lot of my queer brothers and sisters, and let me say this real quick. I want to say thank y'all for sending me all of your questions. I didn't have a chance to ask them then because, again, I'm trying to also keep up with the flow of conversation. Because, again, the reason why it's so nuanced is because we're aware. There are some people who are just so compartmentalized in their mind, and that's okay. If that's what you want to do, by all means, nigga, do it. Ain't nobody saying you can't do it. But don't be trying to force people to fit into your little narrative of how you think they should show up. And if you don't like the gay shit, just say you don't like the gay shit. But it don't just stop at, oh, I just don't like the gay shit. It's just not for me. It's this whole, oh, well, they're preying on your children and they're trying to push this on you. And you know, if you leave someone around the kids, they're going to touch them and all this other type of stuff. Believing every other stereotype broadly put on queer people and believe it with such veracity that I can get up there as a queer person and everything that I say go in one ear and out the other. Because in some of these conversations, these questions that they ask are like rhetorical questions. What's the point of you asking me a question if you've already subscribed to the answer? So I appreciate those type of conversations, and I don't stray away from those type of conversations. It be those conversations where we can actually cross or get to the precipice, okay, of actual growth. Because I understand how a lot of heterosexual men, black men, feel about queerness or have been taught to feel about queerness. To where when they had a conscious, aware, cisgendered heterosexual man on the platform, that they were ashamed of them. And this is the person who, when y'all talk about validity and talk about expertise, comes in, girl, but it'd be so funny when the expertise ain't on your side. And I'm not trying to say that queer people a lot of the times are right, but the reason why we be right is because the way y'all show up be wrong objectively. And if you're gonna y'all gonna call us fags, y'all gonna call us all that stuff anyway. That's cool. Like, I'm okay with that. Okay? Because when it comes down to words, I get to decide what affects me or not. And in some cases, I hope that motherfuckers keep it in the realm of words. But we've also seen how a lot of niggas get down when they words ain't hitting. Oh, it's time to put in some physical work. And all I'm saying is I'm down with that shit, but I'm only putting that shit in the realm of self-defense. Even with me as a same gender loving man who is queer and who's gay, who honors his feminine energy, and also does subscribe to some of the cultural aspects of the queer community as far as the lingo. Wasn't some of you niggas back in the day when y'all had hairs and soul patches and shit, wasn't y'all saying show right and show enough and all this stuff? And that's why I'm glad I live in the internet age, girl, because I can go back in time and look at some of y'all shit. Baby, this era we living in, girl, it's better to love your damn self and expose your damn self, because what's ever done in the dark is going to eventually come into the light. That's why I am going to be sitting down and praying and lighting candles and all type of shit, hoping and praying to God that they manifest that documentary for Freaknik. Yes, we want to see how the fuck y'all got down in y'all 20s. How some of y'all who sitting here talking about, oh, girl, the queer shit or whatever, how many of y'all was motherfucking sexy red at these places, girl? You done gave your life to Christ, but back in the day, girl, we saw that your booty hole was brown. Are we gonna keep it real, or are we gonna motherfucking keep it real? And I'm okay with keeping it real. That's why I don't that's why I don't stray away from these conversations. I didn't get a chance to really look at the chat, but I wasn't really worried about the chat because no shade. I'm not about to have conversations with people in the motherfucking chat. I'm having a conversation with the people on the panel. If you had so much you wanted to say to me, why didn't you get your ass on the panel? I hope I see you on part 2. And for there to be so much stoicism in the time to apply stoicism, there was a lot of what you would consider emotional responses too. Wait a minute, hold on, wait. Now, goddamn it, man, fuck this shit. You don't think that's an emotional response? We are human fucking beings. I'm just aware of that. Dr. Nakumbe is just aware of that. And also, shout out to Mr. Bennett. I appreciate Mr. Bennett. And to be honest, when I sent that message to Black Men Unfiltered, because again, we just telling the truth, right? The truth will set us free, right? That's all of us, community. I stated, let me pull up the message on how I would have preferred for the structure to be so that there could be some type of conversation. Because no shade, you talking about emotionality. Some of these motherfuckers not qualified for that. For this conversation about queerness, because I know what I'm talking about. I don't have to guess. I don't have to assume. And even when there is some sort of, oh, I wonder what it means. You know what I do? I educate myself. I go online and study to show thyself approved. I heard a lot of, well, I think and I assume and I may and all this stuff. And I'm talking because I know. But let me pull up one of the messages I sent. Right? He said, let's have the show, right? And I said under certain conditions, because I'm actually trying to have a productive conversation that yields results and not just arguing, demeaning each other being the end result, even though I'm okay with that shit too. I would like to at least start the convo off with individuals, if they're available, like Tyru. Where the fuck Tyru at? Tyru, pimping nigga, this is the time for you to show motherfuckers what allyship actually looks like, what's being a secure man looks like, to where it's like, you can think that I'm gay. I know what I am. I don't give a fuck what you told you. You part of the motherfucking community. Okay, nigga, I know I'm getting pussy. I ain't gotta explain nothing to you. The fuck? I said like Tyru, Mr. Bennett. I appreciate Mr. Bennett. I'm not trying to be on a conversation to try to convert people and what they think or whatever. I'm just challenging the ignorant thought processes like y'all trying to challenge ours. Let's iron sharpen iron. And I care about blackness. It's just that there's some black queer motherfuckers in the black community that I think y'all forget about. But then when they do contribute to society, like again we've seen in history, during the time when you niggas was alive, and y'all had y'all goddamn athletic bodies. Y'all had 32 aces. Back when the dick was long, hard, and strong on its own without any blue chew or goddamn motherfucking Viagra. Horny goat weed. Back in the day when women was willing to suck your goddamn dick, and now you with your goddamn wife. Baby, can you suck my shit a little bit? Why you always want me to put your mouth on you like that? You gonna put your mouth on me? Girl, Dr. Nakumbe. Shushu. Shushu is another attractive ass black woman that if my ass was goddamn straight, I probably wouldn't have a chance, but like I said, goddamn it, I'd try. Because Shushu is a beautiful black woman. And even in the example I used in the live that I did a few days ago, the most recent one was Saucy Santana and the DJ Academics, and then Charleston White inserting his goddamn broken light bulb head ass into the conversation, girl, on the back of the shortest goddamn bus. Okay? A clip of Shushu, who ended up saying in the video, out her own mouth on the same platform I was on, oh, well, if you want to be honest and truthful, it be black queer men that be standing up. Black gay men that be standing up for women far more than heterosexual black men do. The other sister on the panel kind of nodded her head like, you right. Even Mandrell was like, hey. Baby, that set him off. And this whole struggling identity crisis with what a black king looks like, that's your job to figure that out. All we asking you is show up as the best version of yourself. That's simply it. And in order for you to do that, you have to tap into your emotions. I understand how difficult it is to deal with emotions. I'm not saying to be over emotional, because there's a lot of over emotional people who will project their emotions on you. That and a motherfucker who know who they are and can actually lay this shit out in front of you, whether you want to accept it or not, because I know y'all understood what the hell I was talking about. You just thought that I was going to fall into the pitfalls. But I'm BubzDaGawd. I'm not saying I'm better than anybody else, but when it comes down to this topic, I know what I'm talking about. Baby, I am the remaining guest bitch on Jeopardy when it comes to this shit. But anyway, we're going to start off with the questions that I was going to ask. Right? And then I'm going to get into some of the comments that I didn't get a chance to share because, what's up, Hero? Because, again, I also wanted to be respectful and still have a conversation. I mean, it's not my fault that I kind of dominated the conversation because, again, I know what I'm talking about. But I'm not talking to hear myself talk. Why would I waste time, effort, energy, and good motherfucking weed on that? If anything, my objective that I did, and I'm proud of my damn self. I don't care if people, oh, he got mental illness or whatever. You just mad because you can't prove your point. You struggling to proving your point, and you just don't want to accept mine when it's factually in your damn face. As if though if you do, all of a sudden you compromising some sort of valuable thing in your life. No, you're actually enhancing your damn life because now you're not choosing to give your energy to certain things. Oh, let me finish the rest of this message. I'm sorry. Shoo Tough Topics podcast and beautifully animated, so we can establish an objectively honest perspective and questions that they can ask a queer person, so we can create dialogue that helps to dilute the fear. And then in the later segment, allow others to come onto the panel who have pushback so we can deal with that too. I also understand that there is an entertainment aspect to it as well. Because again, people making jokes, laughing. I'm with the shit. I know how to take some serious stuff and introduce comedy into it. That's how you break the ice. That's how you establish camaraderie. If I can make your ass laugh, you're open. And I ain't talking about open in no pause way. See, that'd be a lot of y'all ways of thinking. Y'all automatically sexualize that. Even Dr. Nakumbe shared on the panel that in other countries and stuff and cultures, they don't even see it the way that we see it because we are overly sexualized. Which is why when I got on the goddamn panel, they was talking about eating pussy. Baby. They say that Mr. What's his name? Mr. Arpain, baby, was putting down that work, baby. Y'all see how shiny my head is, y'all? I had my woman christened to me, okay? You know what I'm saying? Because I even just discovered today having a conversation with my bro who came over and blessed me with some good fire weed. That was dope. We was talking and stuff, and I didn't know that when women gave birth, not only do they shit on themselves, but sometimes they have orgasms. Babies be born with all type of female juice on their body. I did not know that. I never knew that. That's a reality. A lot of shit happens during that process. But see, because I'm a man, it's none of my business. There are some people who actually want to connect and make things better, but you got to be able to learn first. Open yourself up to learn, be open-minded. But that's why you have to be grounded. And a lot of the symptoms that we're seeing, that we're complaining about, is because people are not grounded. And they're not being given the opportunity to be grounded by their own people. We sit up here and say, oh, we're better than them. We have supremacy over them. I'm trying to tap into humanity. I'm trying to tap back into that energy of the 60s and goddamn 70s where, goddamn it, we had the motherfucking cookout, bitch, and people came through and we chilled. The same era that we're talking about and complaining about is literally the 60s and 70s. It's just the fact that now that same 60s and 70s energy has a more higher evolved, faster way of getting it across the world now through social media. It's just the shit that's been going on now is actually being put online and being recorded, which is why for the title of my live, this is what queerphobia looks like. It's okay to walk in the truth. Because I sit down and listen to these people commentary and they don't do that to me, that's where they mess up at. The only person who listens to my commentary fully all the way is Tough Topics Podcast, and shout out to her. Because I want to have conversations with people who can make you think. I don't mind people saying, okay, Bubs, what about this? I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that. We say it's so complicated, yeah, because we make it complicated. And if you just learn to just respect people for who they are, if you don't really care, like y'all say y'all do, okay, you want to be next? Okay, you say you a motherfucking moose, bitch. Okay, bitch, you a moose. Hey, how you doing, Miss Moose? I'm trying to pay my bills, girl. You want to be a moose at this point? Hey. It be some niggas who think they still Casanova in the bed. Really be burnt out casserola. Okay? So we can have the actual intellectual, informative, and productive conversations first, and then begin the smoke-bringing, laugh-a-palooza, comic view perspective of the show, okay? And then we talked about what day were we thinking about having the conversation. So I already said the people that I wanted to talk to. Shout out to Dr. Nakumbe. Shout out to Mr. Bennett. I appreciate their perspectives. And because I look at life like a student, I'm always learning from all these experiences. How the fuck am I going to really know shit if I don't sit out here and talk to people and apply it to see what's really going on? That's what it means to study to show thyself approved. That's why I ain't got to talk about I guess or I assume. And if I do, I'm aware enough to say, you know what, when it comes to this type of stuff, I can be ignorant on because I don't know the true experience. But because I make the choice to educate myself and actively listen to what's being said, using my gift of discernment as well, then I can tell what's real and what's not. And a lot of the stuff on the panel was queerphobic. And the reason why I say that is because there is still this response of, well, you can do what you want to do, but do you over there? Why? When I live in a world where y'all do it all the time. Queer people live in a heterosexually dominated world, and I'm okay with that. I'm not trying to change that up. I'm not trying to actively be like, yes, bitch, get rid of it. No. God, source, universe, consciousness, whatever you want to call it. We're talking about something unlimited, known by many names. Whether you want to believe it or not, that's also a truth. You ain't got to subscribe to it, but it is a truth. Is allowing all of this to happen. Me and my bro was talking about that earlier today. That there are people who are choosing to motherfucking exist, and because you struggling in your identity of what a healthy version of something looks like, now you want to try to dim someone else's fucking light. And when we talk about all these rights and being privileged and all that stuff, I need you to also understand, because we black and we under this white supremacist system, okay? See, y'all not ready for these conversations, but goddamn it, we here. And I can admit when I lost my thought. I'm human. And if y'all want to play these whole stro games, girl, in the Bible, wasn't Moses a stutterer? Huh? Is that the reason why y'all niggas was stuck in the wilderness for 40 years? Not because we worship. Hell, we had to worship other goddamn entities. Girl, Moses' ass was stuttering the whole time. Where the fuck we going, Moses? We gone. We about to. Girl, I will worship a golden calf too. I worship the moon and sky too, girl. We gotta follow this nigga, girl. But I was saying something about white in the system. Something about the system. Oh yes, being black. There we go. Thank you, universe. Being black, we also understand under this white supremacist system, we're still black, despite us being queer. All those laws we put in place for white queer people. It be the white queer people that be sitting here talking about bonus holes and all that other type of shit. Where are the black trans women that's calling y'all bonus holes and chest feeders? That sound like some lint liquor type of shit that black people don't say. Or you just very lame at comeback jokes. Black trans women would cuss your ass out and come up with something creative before they say some chest feeder or some bonus hole. But anyway, let's get into some of the questions. First question was, what started their hatred towards someone queer? Or shall I, the way that I would explain it or interpret it, what started y'all disdain or like fear or othering of someone queer? Because you have people who say, oh, well, I mean, I'm cool with you, but the Bible says that, this and that, and whoop-de-whoop-de-woo. But I'm not perfect either, I fall and shit too, but the Bible says this, and it's like, if you actually live out what that is in your life as far as your own accountability, that will give you more authenticity to walk to somebody else and to help inspire them to walk in their truth. And we talk so much about God. Again, in that book, did it not say, and please correct me if I'm wrong, again, I'm not beyond reproach now. Didn't it say that the only way through the Father is through me? The Christ energy, the same Christ who said, why do y'all marvel at the gifts I can do? Don't you know that you can do the exact same thing too, and you will go forth and do far greater works than I? Did it not say that? So when we talk about, people like to pick certain things out the Bible, that's the point of the Bible. The Bible is a mirror. There are going to be certain scriptures that resonate with certain people. Some people are going to find their freedom in this particular verse or that particular verse. As long as it enhances their life and they're not hurting anybody, it shouldn't be a problem. But see, we listen to people that call themselves pastors and reverends and deacons and all this stuff, who are in leadership positions that we will actively hand over our soul salvation to and put it in their damn hands. And then we wonder why organized religion today, they're upset for being exposed, but it's the truth, has turned people's pain and suffering and trying to find a connection into a business. Even T.D. Jakes and other high-profile pastors who have all this money have been talking about church as a business now. Not the business of saving souls. It's kind of like borrowing from the pharmaceutical company. Why give you the actual herb or remedy to help heal your shit when we can go ahead and just profit off of your symptoms and give you something to help you deal with it, or the words that was used tonight, tolerate it. And I like the fact that I give context and nuance when I speak. If y'all did y'all research, it was a nigga by the names of motherfucking James Baldwin. Whenever that nigga opened his motherfucking mouth, he captivated audiences because what came out that bitch was the truth. I'm talking about the objective human truth. And there's so much trauma that has been done to the black community. We're going to have these conversations on repeat consistently and consecutively. Everybody on that damn platform had their own platform. Y'all need to be, okay, we doing part 3 over here on our Payne's channel on so-and-so. Okay, on motherfucking next Friday, we going to be over here at What We Know Podcast. And then, you know, next Saturday, we going to be over on Tough Topics Podcast. And then, hey, on Sunday, we going to be on Buzz. We need to start doing that. And really going through the motherfucking fire, because we all in hell right now. But if you read the scriptures, Christ literally conquered hell and gave us the opportunity to do the same fucking thing. Because let's not forget, they called Christ in the Bible a demon. They thought he was the villain. He was the one that was disturbing society. He was the one that was breaking all the rules and the laws. He was the one that was doing all this other shit that if he was doing in today's world, y'all would want to murder his ass. Look at all of the people who have fought for human rights, who have had their life snuffed out. Somebody said on the panel, which is absolutely true, are you willing to die for this? And I ain't talking about just in a leadership level, just in your own individual life. Just because I'm aware and I love myself and I know who I am and I do practice self-defense does not mean that it's going to stop somebody from gay bashing me if they make the choice to. I'm not going to sit up here and act like I'm exempt, because one thing about life, baby, life don't give a fuck. Even in the Bible, it says that God's not a respecter of person. It don't matter how many times you done went to church. It don't matter how many times you done tithe, all that type of shit. You are still a human being, which means bad things gonna still happen to your ass too. Why does religion, seem to be a cop-out of an excuse for the black community to treat black LGBT people so badly, despite our contributions to history, pop culture, and more? Y'all talking about what have we done for y'all lately? We need to be asking y'all that. What the fuck have y'all done for us lately? If we gonna play the game, because if we gonna play the game, let's play the game. Y'all just gonna be mad at how we play it, baby, because we gonna play it better than y'all. Because what doesn't kill you actually makes you stronger. That wasn't just a song. So again, Bayard Rustin. He has a whole Netflix biopic that's coming out either this month or in December. Educate yourselves. Ain't no excuse. That's y'all motherfucking homework. That's what I want. Okay? For the people who want to be educated and want to learn, not the people who choosing their fears. If you want to choose your fear, that's fine. But bitch, don't project your fear onto me, because it's going to be a problem. I'm going to cuss your ass out every time. I don't give a damn. Okay? But for those who want to learn, Bayard Rustin, James Baldwin, Marsha P. Johnson, a black trans woman who was responsible, or one of the most implementive characters when it came to the whole Stonewall riots, to spark gay liberation. And then when we go back in time during the 60s and 70s, girl, Huey P. Newton, one of the leaders of the Black Panther Party that a lot of black men subscribe to as far as the militant, all this other type of shit, said we need to be treating our queer brothers and sisters better. We need to treat the women's community better. Hell, motherfucking Fred Hampton, he said at this point, girl, it ain't just blacks, girl. Come here, Mexican people. Come here, Chinese people. Come here, Arabic people. You know we all getting played, right? You know they all playing on all our face and all our cap. He was really evolved for his time to where they had to get rid of his ass. And this is history that some of y'all lived through. But because, and I if you listen to my content, I really don't toot my horn a lot, because I understand what humbleness and humility is, but this is my perspective of humility. when it comes to queerness, none of you niggas know more than I do. I don't give a damn what your book says or interpretation. You don't know. And if we're going to play that game that y'all know more about us than we know about us, let's just keep it real. Then I guess a white man who grew up in the motherfucking hood all his life, fell in love with black women, loved black culture, all that shit, decided, you know what, my forefathers was fucked up. I'm going to dedicate a part of my life, okay, to help right the wrongs that my people did. This motherfucker get a whole goddamn master's degree in goddamn African American studies, all that type of shit, know all how to speak all the damn languages in Zimbabwe, been to Africa more times than a lot of niggas have, okay, just doing all that shit. And if you were to go to a college campus classroom and you walk in the classroom, you're going to see a lot of black people. You also going to see a few sprinkle of other people as well. And a white man come in with a dashiki on, speaking in African dialect to you and say Harambe. Are you going to be like, okay, I can deal with this because you educated yourself. Damn, I'm impressed. Or are you going to be like, how you going to teach me about what it's like to be black as far as the experience of what we still dealing with, unfortunately, now, and you're not black? And then on top of that, why are you teaching the African American studies class when you could be going to the white community and educating them? Or would y'all give him a pass because I'm a queer man and I mean, hey, you know, anything to shut them intellectual queers up, girl, even if we have to be double standard, let's go ahead. Because I'm willing to be honest and truthful. People felt like I wasn't honest and truthful. I was actually aware in the conversation. I was actually in the present moment of the conversation, which is why I was able to give the answers that I gave. Because again, y'all want things to be so simple. Some things are not going to be simple because y'all made it difficult. Harold says, hell, we can't do anything for them because according to them, we are upstanding members of society. At least that's what one of the men on the panel said. That's why I said I know Saucy Santana. They talking about the music and shit. And even though we're married, we can talk about sex. That's supposed to be in the bedroom, pimping. The sacred place in the whole wide world is in between the sheets. We shouldn't be knowing about you eating pussy on the platform. I'm not married. And if I gotta keep my shit in the bedroom, y'all keep y'all shit in the bedroom too. Don't be coming on live. I was eating some pussy, bitch. And y'all talk about sex. And let's be real. Even with queer men, the queer men who identify as males and men like myself, we like sex. We are visual creatures. So we're going to talk about sex. So let's not sit up here and talk about queer people. It seems like all y'all guys are sexual. But meanwhile, when we hear men talk, a lot of them talk about sexual shit all the time. In the barbershops, okay, at church and shit, at the goddamn family table and shit. Especially when we around our boys, girl, we get to be ourselves. I ain't got to be pastor, reverend, so-and-so. I can be that nigga from the block, girl. You seen that fat ass bitch, girl, that with the big ass booty at church, bitch? Hell yeah, I got a wife, but damn it. Satan was in my ear talking. I almost gave that nigga the mic. Because remember, don't trip, God ain't through with us yet, right? But see, we don't like talking like that. And then again, when they brought up the whole DJ academic situation, it's the fact that a queer man said this. Y'all already believe that queer men are weak. So why are y'all even tripping about this? If queer men are really the goddamn gazelle and y'all are the lions, why is the lion giving a fuck about the cries of the gazelle about, I'm gonna rape you? Because it came from a queer man. And if you don't address that nigga, especially a gay feminine nigga who talk about taking dick, saying that he gonna top you, he gonna fuck you, that's scary. And then this whole comparison. But if a man would have said that about a woman, it would be a problem, because we also understand that there is unfortunately a grape culture. They literally had a clip on the show last night. I saw a little bit of it with Mr. Payne. Again, shout out to him about the whole baby boomer situation. And they showed a clip about a guy who was like, I don't know if I can date you if I haven't stuck my dick in you. And this female is saying, well, I don't mind the whole sexual thing, but that's something you have to earn. Because she said, whatever that you want, it ain't going to be easy. Y'all say that to niggas all the time, to be stoic. This is the time to be stoic. But man, fuck all that. I ain't about to. Well, fuck you then. I can't try it before I buy it. Bitch, go into certain goddamn motherfucking stores and try it if you buy it shit, girl. You break, you buy it. You break, you buy it. Try it. Try it in those establishments if you want to. And there are ways that you can still be intimate with somebody before you penetrate them. Because people be thinking about the sexual thing only. And I think that's where we all as humans kind of get fucked up at. We get stuck at the sexual aspect of it only without honoring the aspects of intimacy, of love, of vulnerability. All these things that if you were to do this for the niggas that love busting nuts and having orgasms, you would probably have the best one in your goddamn life because you are opening up your spiritual faculties. That's why in a certain case, I do agree, you shouldn't be having sex with everybody. Even if some of the viewpoints that I have could be seen as quote unquote conservative. But from an energetic standpoint, you should not be out here fucking everybody. Everybody's not worthy of your energy, especially if they don't know how to reciprocate that to you. So when they were saying, back in the day, it was just easy. Well, now we're living in an evolved state. So now you're going to have to put in the work. Especially if you want motherfuckers to put in the work to please your ass, even when they don't feel like it. Wife still give you hell. You ain't going to put your neck into it. I don't even want to do this, nigga. And you ain't even white properly, so it's a little smelly down here. But because I fucking love you, be grateful you getting this. Since a lot of people care about the children, if you happen to have a queer child, how would you go about supporting them? Nobody said anything that supported or affirmed queer people. Oh, we love you, but you had to have this happen to you. Oh, we love you, but woo-de-woo-de-woo-de-woo. As opposed to, we just fucking love you. And then for a lot of Christian people, when we slip and fall and make up our mistake, we be at church snotting up. Thank you, Jesus. We be turning into Andrew Caldwell in this bitch, girl. We be sounding like this, girl, because God just been so good. Knew should have fucked us up.
Shaya. Oh, Mashanya. Oh, I feel a Shakani up in here. Mashandaba. Oh, I feel a Shakani up in here.
Hallelujah. Ha ha ha. You won't treat me like no side hoe. Hey, car, I'm loved by the best.
Okay, you have all that shit happen. Y'all be crying. Knowing your ass should have died in that car accident. Knowing damn well you should have contracted that damn STD. Knowing damn well your ass should have been messed up right now. But then struggle to give that to queer fucking children who need it. And then when Dr. Nakumbe come in and literally validate what I'm saying. Not because I'm out here trying to... How can I say this? To start some bullshit, I'm here to talk about what's actually happening. And he just came through certified in what he does. Let's hear what the doc got to say. Come on, doc. And the doc came in and said what he said. And was, hold on, doc. I think we need a second opinion in this motherfucker, girl. You sure? And again, I was a queer child. I have so much information on my channel that I think would actually benefit a lot of the black community, especially those who do have queer children. Because I'm a living testimony of a healthy expression of that. Because I know people personally who are going through horrible shit with their fucking parents, bro. I know people personally now. I was just talking to somebody yesterday whose father keeps pushing this whole type of Hebrew Israelite type of ideology on him. And I understand the fear because he's afraid that his son is going to go to hell. But instead of loving your child and trying to teach your child how to protect themselves, you continue to let that energy rage up so much to where now you're literally pushing your child away from you. So you actually manifesting the fear that you're afraid of. You're playing a part in the manifestation of hell that your goddamn child is going to have to fucking experience. Talking about upstanding citizens. Do you even know these people? Or you judging a book by its fucking cover? And if you're going to play judging a book by its cover, don't be mad when people do that shit with you. If we're going to do it equal, let's do it across, I told you, across the board. 10s across the board, equality across the board. However y'all want to do it, I'm down with it. I would prefer a better way, but goddamn it, I'm down with it because some of us are going to live our lives, whether you want us to or not. We came in this world by ourselves. We're going to leave this bitch by ourselves. We don't need affirmation. If anything, we just trying to let y'all know what's going on because the narrative is going to change. Because queer people are learning how to arm their goddamn selves. And I'm afraid that all it's going to take is one motherfucking headline to read differently. Instead of it saying trans woman was unalived by 5 niggas, girl, it's going to read trans woman survives her encounter, 5 niggas unalived. But see, once we do that, then it's going to be even more scary. Because now the queer people can match us on what we feel like is the ultimate expression of masculinity, which is the destruction part. And destruction is a part of creation. I understand that. But ain't nobody exempt. That means y'all niggas can experience it too. A lot of black men play those games with each other. Then not only the niggas who are playing the game get affected, innocent motherfucking people get affected too. I live in the goddamn hood. I don't see no overwhelming amount of queerness in the hood. I don't see gay niggas walking around. I don't see fairies, sparkle farts running around. I don't walk outside and have to sweep glitter off my damn front porch and shit because they just happily throwing glitter and shit around. But see, when we talk about that, oh, you're deflecting. No, we're not deflecting, pimpin'. We just playing the game with y'all. But because we queer, we supposed to be intimidated. Oh my God, you're hurting my feelings. Fuck all that. Y'all niggas with this shit on with it too, pimpin'. What's up? And there are some gay niggas that will whoop y'all ass. It be niggas who motherfucking got the titties at the top and the neck at the bottom, girl. Who would have come down to fight, girl? You say you want to fight the nigga, girl. We about to fight the nigga, bitch. What's up? The men be so goddamn perplexed. I'm attracted to you because your titties, but your voice throwing me off. Oh my God, girl, and get whooped. Girl, how about black men figure out who the hell they is? That's why I said black men got to sit down on the sidelines and heal. Even when you playing in sports. I don't watch a lot of sports because I guess in that aspect I am gay in that way. So hey, I don't really fuck with sports like that. But when you on the sidelines, sometimes it gives you a chance to breathe. And to relax your body. And catch your damn breath. And give you a chance to go over the play again. And give you a chance to up yourself in your head and spark yourself up and influence and encourage your goddamn self. So that when it's time for you to be called back onto the goddamn field, bitch, you are prepared. That's what community does. Oh, this nigga tired, man. Pull him out. It don't mean you ain't doing shit, but I want you to be at your best. So go relax, nigga. Put somebody else in. And then once you get you good now, you good. Come on, let's go back out. And at this point, y'all need gay people, because niggas killing niggas more so than gays ever could, girl. Gays could never ever match the level of of deletions than what the heterosexual community has done, especially black heterosexual men. I'm not trying to talk about men as far as y'all ain't shit, because again, I am a black same gender loving man who wants to be with another black same gender loving man. To be able to love and honor a king the way that I feel like a king should be honored, and my kinghood be honored as well. So if I were to hate black men, first of all, that would be me hating myself, and I love myself too damn much. And I don't mean love myself in a narcissistic way, but I'm learning to love who BubzDaGawd is, because God's source universe affirms me where I am now and where I want to go. Y'all gonna continue to gag then. Let's look at hero comments, and then we're gonna get back into my notes and stuff like that. And on top of that, a lot of y'all got a short attention spans. That's y'all problem. God damn it. Society has conditioned y'all to be niggas who want shit fast, quick, in a hurry. There are some things you're gonna have to work through. And for the old school niggas, I thought that was their point. Is it now that you older you can't? We can literally tell them that absolutely nothing happened to me as a child, and they'll say, yes, it did. Something had, to happen in order for you to be this way. I remember I was listening to one goddamn panel discussion about homosexuality, and we brought up the contributions of queer people to the black queer community. You know, you had niggas over here talking about, well, you know, white supremacy, they kind of knew that was like they Trojan horse to get inside the black community and all this other type of stuff, you know. I'd be like, if y'all can take this same type of creative energy and apply it to your own life, you'll probably be something. Some of y'all need to write movies and shit and script ideas, girl. The way y'all be thinking, I'd be like, damn, girl, for real? And then one time when they were on the panel with, again, CTV, shout out to him, who said I never been, basically the same thing that happened to me. Grew up in a heterosexual household, heterosexual representation all the time, in the house and in the world. And I'm still gay. Oh, well, you must have been touched. Never was touched. Oh, well, your mom must have been overbearing. My father was here. When he went to the store, he actually came back. No shade. Not 20 minutes later. Sorry, I'm just talking about my experience. My life, my life, my life, my life. My life. Then it got so desperate to the point of, oh, well, it must have been a demon, or your mom must have been a hoe back in her day, or your mom must have had sex with a gay man and the gay sexual energy got transferred from the gay man into the womb of the woman. I'd be like, girl, whatever weed y'all smoking, I want some of that. Shit. That's some fire ass weed, girl. Y'all coming up with those type of ideas, bitch? Damn. Okay? But that's why I say it's queerphobia. Y'all will subscribe to everything else that y'all want to believe, or that y'all feel comfortable believing about queer people, as opposed to the objective truth that everyone, you, I, and everyone else in the world can fucking see, okay? That queer people exist. We've always existed. But now we're understanding that we're only tolerated. And if we're going to play the toleration game, we going to play the toleration game. Just because y'all are the conventional method to get into the world, which in that sense is not really exclusive to y'all, because there are other forms of bringing life into this world. I don't give a fuck. Oh, well, I stuck my dick inside the pussy. Praise the Lord for that part. People got to do that. But it don't have to happen for everybody. And even some of the people who used to stick their dick inside the pussy either is sterile now, or some of them are barren. Okay? That's also a reality too. So there are other methods to bring life into the world because queer people still have their anatomy. They still have what is required to do it. All this evidence, all this reality, and still it's just, I can't put my finger on it, but it's something. But then when it's like, okay, well, I'm about to pick up my finger. Now it's, oh, well, you got 3 fingers pointed back at you. Maybe if y'all would actually practice what y'all preach, maybe we wouldn't be having this conversation then. Or maybe we can go through it because y'all just want to be able to have this one golden ass conversation out of nowhere that just goes down the rabbit hole. See, you thought that you were going to have a conversation with somebody who you could trip up and to call them delusional and call them crazy like you always do. Meanwhile, when people look at the replay, they be dragging the fuck out of y'all. Because we see the queerphobia, and it's okay if you want to be queerphobic. Shout out to Trey. Trey was the only motherfucker on the platform who was open and honest enough to say, hey, I just don't like the gay shit, man. It's disgusting, it's nasty. I respect that. Because me, I grew up during the era of Mad TV, and I have very dark humor. And I'm okay with roasting, and I'm okay with all of that. Some of the motherfucking playful or the banter amongst men, I can do that shit too, pimpin'. And give some of y'all a run for y'all money. Let's see. The ninja next to you was arguing a trained professional who had like scientific proof, like how literally going out of their way to be obtuse. And brother Deshaun, shout out to Deshaun, baby. Deshaun messaged me, was like, look, I tried shit. Was spitting facts too and was being purposefully ignored, of course. Even when I showed up on certain shows, when I come into the room, people would ignore me until I say some shit that really hit close to home. Then now they want to respond as far as defending themselves. That's what I'm saying. Like, if we want to play this evidence game, we can. And I'm going to give y'all some backstory on me. When it comes down to talking to people, that's one of my gifts. That's one of my talents. That's one of my callings. Even when I was younger, being bullied and judged and fucked up and all the other type of stuff, I still wanted to help humanity. So what happened? I became a peer mediator in training, went to all different types of camps and goddamn what they call them? What's the word? Training events. Okay, and seminars and stuff like that to literally resolve stuff. I also took a lot of debate classes and communications classes also in realms of interpersonal communication. I'm not certified, but I have done this and I've applied these things to my life. Because regardless of whether you're certified or not, if you have the information and you apply it, you studied to show thyself approved. And even again, to Deshaun's point, when they had somebody who was a professional who went to school for this shit, got the fucking college debt or paid the shit off, I don't know, on this shit, how you gonna tell me when I went through the shit to qualify for this? And then you completely find a way to disregard it, and it's not queerphobic, baby. This is cringy. And LGBT representation ain't going nowhere, so build a bridge and get the fuck over it at that point. As the world and society continues to evolve, so are mindsets. But them ninjas refuse to update their software. And if you don't want to, that's fine. I don't give a damn. Look, there are still some things that they even talk about that I can even agree with. There are some points when they talk about certain things in blackness that I can get down and agree with. That I can understand. But don't try to stop someone else's rise and living a life. And then on top of that, ain't nobody. See, if we gonna talk about the queers fucking with the kids, give me a parent that got a gay child and feels some type of way about it. Put them on the panel. Because I'm pretty sure everybody on that panel who has kids, their kids are heterosexual. So the whole thing about your child becoming gay, I don't think that's going to happen, especially if they are in this stage in their life, unless they decide they want to be fluid and see what the fuck. I don't know. But for what we know right now, their children are heterosexual. So why am I not having a conversation with people who actually got the queer children? So at least when they speak, they'll have more validity. I understand men want shit simple. I get it. I get it. I get it. But if you want to do things simple, don't get mad at simple results. Don't be over here wanting to do part-time work, girl, want to get full-time benefits, bitch. Huh? Where they do that at? Hating black men would mean we hate ourselves, hate our fathers, hate our brothers, hate our uncles. It's mere projection. Exactly. Gay demon. Nobody on that panel said it, but one of the panels, like, actually, to be honest, hold on. I have very good memory. It was on the panel with Lance Sker 5.5 years ago called Homos and Hoteps when he invited Conscious TV to speak on there. Someone said, oh, well, it must be a gay demon. It'd be like, wow. Anyway, let's continue with the questions and notes. Does being black matter, or does our queerness overshadow our blackness? And why? We know the answer to that. How can you, well, now this is from one of my other brothers who kind of, gave context and nuance like me. He was kind of throwing a little bit of pushback, a little bit of heat, was cooking a little bit. How can you want equality but continue to demonize homosexuality? Sounds like you want privilege that the white man has, and if people of color came into power, you all will do what they have done to us collectively, to the LGBT community? It appears y'all are bigots, and when called out, your cognitive dissonance deactivates your critical thinking every time. If you are secure in your sexuality, why does gay people bother you so much? Anyone who truly knows themselves is not shaken nor stirred by anything they aren't threatened by. And this is the majority. If y'all is goddamn shook about the minority, what the fuck does that say about the confidence of the majority? Why do all constantly try to liken our sexual orientation to pedophilia with the P? A lot of us were not abused as kids or grew up around openly gay people, have not seen gay representation on TV or in school, and still turned out gay. Quiet as it's kept, a lot of straight men rite of passage to have sex with a grown woman is passed down from toxic masculinity, uncles, dads, brothers, etc. It's high-key more close to pedophilia than anything. Let's look at the fact that once again, Little Bootsy, you gotta push your pussy on the kids, bruh. Blueface, hey, bruh, you ain't with that gay shit, right? You ain't in here looking at these big booty bitches, man. I Show Speed, shout out to him. Very famous black TikToker, Instagram, social media influencer. Talks about sex all the time. Dick, cock, pussy, all this other type, all the time. Got millions upon millions upon millions upon millions upon millions of views. Lil Nas X could never. Saucy Santana could never. This nigga traveling the world and shit. And even the example I used in the last live I did, there was a father who literally got his 12-year-old child strippers for his birthday. And when you look at the comments, the majority of the comments from men are saying he deserves the Father of the Year award. Yes, train a child up in the way they should go, through that pussy hole. You gotta push it on them now, especially in this world of gender confusion and stuff. You gotta make sure they grow up the right way. So even for the children who are queer that I actually be having the conversations with, I be hearing the stories of, who call me for advice that they should be getting from their goddamn father and their goddamn family. Who can't even be themselves because their parents are pushing this whole fear ideology on them because the Bible says this, and I'll be damned if the neighbor's gonna talk about us. I'm gonna be damned if I walk into church and everybody looking at me like I'm talking about some shit, and every time I sit down, the pastor all of a sudden want to talk about homosexuality and want to look at me. We ain't finna have all that shit going on. But at the same time, what you gonna do for me? Y'all still gonna find a way to try to benefit from the shit? We gonna deny you of your shit? But if it benefit us, we gonna give you a little something. But we still, it's the same thing with slavery. It's the same thing with slavery. Thank you, Harold, for doing what you can, because there were a lot of queer people who were in the chat was like, girl, I can't do this. I got DMs saying, Bubs, thank you. Thank you for having the wherewithal to deal with this type of stuff. And again, I'm serious about my contribution to humanity, so I put in the work. And this is what I actually love to do. Again, this is one of my callings. And y'all think y'all mad. Y'all ain't mad yet, because, baby, when the season come for me to manifest my own film projects and series and stuff, y'all gonna be really upset. And then when y'all mad, I'm gonna tell y'all, roll the fuck up. I'm about to do this live, and y'all can pull on up and we can talk about it. And if we gotta be here for 7 hours, 10 hours and shit, continue this shit the next goddamn day, I'm willing to put in the work. You ain't got to, boo. Be grateful and thankful that there are people in the world who will do the work that you ain't gotta do. You should be happy. Okay? It's that simple. Anyway. Let's see. Let's finish that. Because it stems from what I would rather my son be a fuckboy womanizer than be gay. Of course. That whole iconic ass meme. Who would you rather have? A trap ass, heartbreaking ass, womanizing ass Papa was a Rolling Stone ass nigga girl? Or a gay son girl, and they would rather that. Wow. Why are cis heterosexuals so obsessed with what gay people are doing behind closed doors? You do realize we are trying to live our lives in peace, and we don't sit on panels talking about what straight people are doing. Hell no, girl, we live in our own life. How many broken homes these toxic men are creating? We spend the latter of our time defending ourselves from homophobic and racist people. Okay? Explain this gay agenda that we have no hands in to emasculate the black man. Your misplaced anger towards white supremacy and the powers that be is the one with all the agendas, and we see through it, yet y'all can't. Divide and conquer in plain sight. That part. How do they respond to Dr. And I did pose this question. How did they respond to Dr. Huey Newton imploring blacks to unpack our internalized misogyny and homophobia and be better men for women, girls, and our non-straight brothers? Didn't get a response. You're talking about me not answering questions. I answer the questions and then give nuance. See, there are some people, it's kind of like when you're being asked a question and they want you to start off the question or your response with part of the question to answer that and then explain why or why not. Y'all just want these simple yes and no answers, and you ask them in a certain way to where it's like, I'm about to get you at that aha moment, and then gag, girl, when I do answer your question, and then elaborate on it because you thought we were going down your rabbit hole that you don't even know what's going on and that you desperately pulling out your ass to save yourself in the conversation. Baby, y'all gonna see what confidence and queerness looks like. And I'm surprised because a lot of y'all grew up as children during that time with motherfuckers who were doing that. You just did not care in reference to fuck them fags. That's what y'all thought. And that's what y'all really want to say, and that's okay. Like I said, I'd rather you call me that than to sit up in my face and smile and pretend that you fuck with. Nah, tell me the truth so we can continue the telling of truths. so that we both can leave the situation learning something. Because you thought if I was just going to leave and learn, no, baby, you going to learn some shit too. Let's finish. Ask them if they are aware that black queer people have been instrumental in much of our liberation and advancements as black people. Rustin being a mentor to Dr. King, Sister Rosetta Thorpe, the founder of rock and roll, and the original X-Men First Class brother Malcolm being bisexual. Wow. And how can they reconcile having issues with queer people when the computer device they are using to be on these panels was made possible by the code breaker himself, Alan Turing, who was also a queer man, mind you. Now, these were the questions that I was going to ask, but I didn't get a chance to because, again, I had to interrupt because, baby, I'm the only queer person. Like, we gonna have this conversation. Y'all gonna hear the queer perspective. And honestly, we've already heard your perspective. Y'all not saying anything new. Now it's time for y'all to hear us. Okay? Because y'all the ones that don't understand. And y'all the one that got a problem in the issue. We trying to help y'all. That's the point. That's why we coming to have these conversations. To help y'all with the ignorance. Okay? What about the queer kids who don't honor their experiences, right? Or who don't have their experiences honored, who end up getting kicked out? Because, again, there was the argument that was made that, oh, I love you, but something happened to you. Something happened to you. And when these queer people say nothing happened to me, this is just who I am, their parents can't even accept that. And a lot of times we'll get so caught up in the fear that I have to remove you from the house because, again, you're not doing this in my house. My house, my rules. And in that sense, I can understand that because you pay the bills. Whoever pays the cost can be the boss in the house. I get that. That definitely makes sense. But when they go out into the world and they're not equipped for that, and they're dealing with this very tumultuous, difficult time where they need love and affirmation, they're not getting that, then you wonder why they fall victim and have to resort to sex survival like T.S. Madison did. See, y'all don't know her story. Y'all just judge her and see she was a porn star. That's why I say ex-porn star. Oh, well, if she was once this, then she gonna always be that. Wow. But then get mad at y'all and want to have redemption and want people to see you in a redemptive manner of you doing better, but you can't give that to other people. That's very weird. It's very fucking weird. What does loving your queer children actually look like? Like, what does that look like? Like, you also understand the queer phobia in the world because queer people have this negative perspective on them. Even in the black community, there's like this unspoken ignorant code about queer people. So you already know what comes with that, which is why even you feel afraid of accepting it because you feel like you're compromising yourself. So how do you actually love your queer child objectively? And I'm talking about an unconditional love, like how Christ, how God loves us. How do you apply that unconditional love to your child that actually benefits their life with who they are now, okay? Why? I mean, when you push kids away and then get mad when they have to survive, stay stuck in survival mode, exactly. And also, too, I want y'all to realize this, that it's okay if you don't want to accept it. Because whether you want to believe it or not, life is going to still keep going for your children. Whether you agree or not, they're still going to live their lives. Yeah, it's going to hurt that I get married and mom and dad ain't by, but goddamn it, I'm going to be all right. I mean, mommy and daddy have to die someday, right? So there will come a day where they won't even be here. What I'm supposed to do, stop living my life? No. If they don't want to be in my life for a certain reason, that's fine too. Because I didn't come on earth to live for you. I came on earth to live for me. And one family that I lose as far as blood, I will find as far as energy. That's why the ballroom culture is so popular, because those are houses of people that try to look after the queer youth that y'all cast out. And then you gag when you see them actually living and thriving and surviving. But my Bible said they're supposed to be fucked up. But pastor said that they this and that. How they getting blessed? It must be the devil. It must be the devil. Somebody is basic in their thinking. The BIBLE, basic instructions before leaving Earth. Keyword basic. If you want to be on the ICDC college of stuff, do it. It's there for the ICDC college ass niggas. Praise the Lord that that's there for the ICDC college ass niggas and the goddamn Everest niggas. Thank God. They getting love and affirmation too. Somebody see worth in their ass too. But there are some of us who are getting the master's degree and the PhDs in this shit, who know what the fuck we talking about, who put in the work, who actually know. And I want queer people to keep asking questions. Are y'all ready for the answers? And we know the answer to that, unfortunately. What else do I have? I have a few more. Why is there always a grape allegation against queer people? Like, again, queer people just, girl, that's the majority. I was told it was the majority. Have you sat down, ma'am, and talked to the majority of queer people? You 3 people in your life who queer. They don't represent, even I don't represent the entirety of the queer community. I am just on the spectrum of the queer community. Hell, there was Trey ass, didn't even believe I was gay. He was like, man, this nigga gay for pay, bro. You sure you ain't no motherfucking heterosexual dude who just an ally, who like a little dick every now and then? And if y'all niggas know, I'm the motherfucking top. I'm the one that be doing the penetrating. I don't like being the receptive person in the sexual aspect. That's not me. I've tried that before. My first relationship, my eyebrows burning right now. My eyelashes is curling. Ooh, my taint on fire just thinking about that. But because I had that experience, when I do have intimacy with other men, which I don't have a lot by choice because I'm waiting for the right one. I don't mind waiting, okay? But when you do that, you actually have more respect for their body during that moment. It ain't just a nut for you. You are actually enjoying the experience. And sex is a spiritual act. It transcends religion. Organized religion and Christianity just have a certain perspective on it. And that perspective works for certain people. It's not going to work for everybody else. There are people who are manifesting the same level of happiness and freedom by believing in Buddha, by believing in Allah. It don't matter. If it gives them purpose in life, who am I to say? And on top of that, I think we kind of limit God. Because when we talk about the Bible and that's being God's word, well, God's words is missing some stuff. Because don't you know that there are lost books of the Bible that are under the Roman Vatican? Or are we just going to ignore that part? Can we collectively understand that? I mean, hell, they did it to black people during slavery. Remember the slave Bible? The Bible that took out all of the scriptures that were empowering. The scriptures about having power and self-actualizing, but keeping all the scriptures that are more so passive and more so, you know, oh, well, this and that. No. This is really showing how secure people are and who they are, whether it's the realm of their faith or just how they view the world. Because I learned something a few days ago which was broken down to me, and I'm like, wow, I like how that is expressed. There's a difference between perception and perspective. Perception is how I see the world, how I show up in the world. I show up in the world from my perception because that's my own unique reality, my own world in this collective world we live in. Then you have perspective, which is also built from other perceptions of other people. And then you just test these things to see what's going on. And Dr. Nakumbe expressed it wonderfully. Within his profession, his job requires him, even if he happens to have some sort of bias personally, he puts his objectivity cap on to say, you know what? I'm here to simply just record the data, put the data together, and observe it and share what I have found. And that's what true objectivity looks like. I'm going to observe and record and everybody's doing that in a sense. Shout out to Tough Topics Podcast. She's doing that in her own sense. She's just sharing what it is that she sees. But then when we start having conversations about what's actually happening with the people, it's more so of what I see and what I think and what I heard, but it's not really what I know. And that be the issue. When I brought up Uganda, because that was kind of like an indictment toward a lot of Christians in America, because again, that whole slaughtering that's happening over in Uganda, that's about to start the purge over there, was inspired by people over here, and that is factual. I've done lives on it and research on it. That same verbiage and all that type of stuff, and then even from the president over there, I have a whole clip that people never respond to, where an interviewer asked the president of Uganda, how do you feel about queer people? Oh, queer people are disgusting. I mean, I don't know much about them, but from what I've heard, these people are disgusting. From what I've heard. But then once we start playing all right, let's play the I've heard shit too, girl. Let's talk about what we heard on the curb, girl. Now it's a problem, now it's an issue, now we judging. No, y'all started this. So now we just working with y'all to finish it, and it seems like y'all don't really want to finish it. But too late now. Y'all already got Bubs on the platform, so I'll be back. I'm gonna be back. Okay? These weak men are a lot of these trap niggas. They're the ones who actually kill more black people than others. When we talk about that, all of a sudden I'm derailing the conversation. No, because you still know niggas in your family who do that, and that you would even call on once your ego feels some type of way and you want a motherfucker to get some shit done. So let's not act. And then whenever we end up getting upset and we about to feel like we about to get real, we'll let people know, I may be saved or whatever, but I wasn't always saved, or I'm a different person now, but I was raised in the ghetto. As everybody do that. But if we're talking about what's destroying the black community for real, because the way that queerness is being spoken about, it's being spoken about like it's some sort of like viperous, just slithery, just very much just in the nooks and crannies and all this type of shit or whatever. Girl, when queer people are just saying, look, worry about your goddamn life. If I want to walk outside with a goddamn makeup on and a fucking full beard, that's my prerogative. If I want to give Saucy Santana a run for his money, girl, and I ain't hurt no damn body, let me live my life. If I want to kiss my nigga in public, let me live my life. If I want to hold my nigga hand in public, let me live my life. Y'all get to do PDA all the time. In New York, motherfuckers be fucking on the train, bro. All these people, it be people on the train who just pull their dicks out and start beating women that go ahead and give all type of sloppy toppy on the train, on public transportation, and nobody says anything. Oh, but two gay niggas holding hands. And when we pull up the evidence, y'all still don't believe it. What's up, King Jerson? What's going on? I hope you catch the replay of that live, if you can. Again, to the queer people, baby, I appreciate y'all trying to have long suffering like me. That's why I go forth in these conversations, because I am the voice for the voiceless. Because I know some of y'all are just over the shit. But that's what leadership really is. It finds out what the problems of the people are, and then do what they can to be able to help inspire the community to make a change. Because I think somebody said on the platform, we all simply want to be heard. That's it. And I feel like there's a way we can all be heard. And for me, that's through the realm of humanity. Queer people can't even be queer without y'all having to have some sort of narrative on it that y'all want to control. And if y'all want to, that's fine. But my thing is, when y'all open y'all mouth and talk shit about queer people, don't be mad when there are some queer people who respond. Kings will be treated like kings when kings actually show up as a king in their actions in totality to humanity. Again, y'all are so used to getting the pussy when you want. That's why a lot of men aspire to power, not because they want to give back to their community. Not because they really care about upgrading the black community. Not because they trying to really create some Black Wall Street. And shout out to the ones who are aware who do. Shout out to them. I'm trying to be on that level. When I manifest my financial freedom, baby, I'm going to be doing the exact same thing. I'm going to actually be the change I want to see. Like, actually put your life on the line for the shit. But it's not for any of those things. It's simply because you get the money. Once you get the money, you get the motherfucking power. And once you get the motherfucking power, you get the motherfucking respect. And when you have that holy trinity, guess what we all get? Pussy. You got niggas over in other countries that's blowing themselves up. I like Akbar girl to fuck 99 virgin, tight, wet, uncharted territory, vag. I feel like some of you niggas would turn into jihadists as much as y'all love pussy. And hell, for me, ass is good, so hell, I might ask y'all niggas for a goddamn strap. Y'all got an extra one? Because it be that good sometimes. I understand. And I actually care about community. I love my black brothers and sisters. I have no hatred in my heart. Especially when I go out into the world and I see black people, I try my best to really show them, like, what's up, pimpin'? What's going on, man? How you doing? What's up? And even in some spaces, I'm going to be honest with you. As a queer man growing up with what I have dealt with, and I've healed from it, but I've never forgotten it. Sometimes, because of those experiences, that's why I walk around so prepared the way that I am. Because it's like, I don't want that to happen, but I'm not exempt from that. And because I have privilege as a same-gender loving man who is more masculine, I don't know if I feel very much threatening to them until we start having differences of opinions or whatever. But I'm not expressing myself in a way that a lot of my feminine gay brothers do with their expression of clothes and mannerisms. Like, I'll say girl and bitch and all that stuff because, again, that's a part of the lingo. But how I show up in the world. And I'm actually attracted to dudes who have feminine energy. Again, be grateful there are men out there who will love and connect with the shit that you ain't got to. But because I have that ability to blend, I can be in the queer community considered a more privileged person. Just like during slavery with the Underground Railroad, white people also put their lives on the line because they understood what the fuck that was happening to black people was fucked up. And they wanted to make a change. There are some people who are that aware. And even when they try to be that aware, they will be destroyed by their own people. Because even back during that day, if a white person was caught helping niggas, oh, you going right on the tree. This is going to be a very decorative Christmas tree. I can't wait to send this postcard to Meemaw down south, girl. Let's read some of Deshaun's content, because, baby, let me tell you something. Deshaun, bro, I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you so much. I really do. Because we need more queer people out here telling the truth, our truth. They feel some type of way because our truth is connected with their truth, their experience. And instead of saying, Dr. Nakumbe was the only one that was really aware up there who said, you know what, Bubs, even the stuff that I did in my time when I was ignorant, I apologize for it. But you know how he was able to redeem himself? He learned from the experience and said, you know what? I'm going to think more critically and think twice before this. Are there some queer men out there who do the goddamn most? Hell yeah. I will tell you that there are some out there who do it. Y'all never name them, but yes, they're out there. But at least I'm going to get to know the individual first before. And that's one thing I think a lot of men don't do. They don't really put in the work. Look at the lion. Look at the animal kingdom. Even with lions, they are the leaders of the pack and all that shit. They don't really be doing a lot of shit. They lay around. They fuck. They'll chase off other goddamn males trying to take their shit. Who's the one doing the hunting? The lionesses. Who's the one looking after the kids? The lionesses. Who is the one that gotta go looking for goddamn food and shit and damn near be dying trying to find food for their cubs and stuff and have to watch their goddamn cubs die and shit from dehydration and from starvation? The lionesses. Let's continue with the insect kingdom. All the insects that are females are bigger than the males. Let's talk about the Cosby Show. The one thing that we love, because baby, no shade, I was low-key living the hood version of the Cosby Show with my parents. I love my parents. When Claire Huxtable and Cliff Huxtable was watching television, watching that National Geographic ass show, and it talked about the praying mantis, and how after the female praying mantis get done getting her motherfucking nut, bitch, what does she do? She eats the male. Look at the bees. Because I talk about the birds and the bees, girl. Let's get more into context with the bees. They're male bees who are drones who protect the queen bee. She's the most important. And I even told my sister, at this point, we need some emotion. This how I feel. If black men want to lead, let's do this. Black men can lead, but black men need to also have counsel around them from different representations of the community, so that when we do make these choices, we make the choices for all people. See, a wise king understands the power that he has, right? Ooh, Dr. Nakumbe, shout out to you, nigga. And see, I want to have conversations with him because I feel like we can actually achieve some shit. And it's not even sexual. I don't even see Dr. Nakumbe like that. I see him as another black melanated brother that I can learn stuff from. Because again, I also appreciate those who have been here longer than me, because there are some elders who do, I ain't saying elders like, in that way, because, you still young in spirit, but I mean as far as chronological age, there are some people who do age and they mentally age like wine, sometimes physically age like wine. Look at Angela Bassett, fine as hell. I ain't got to want to fuck somebody to think that they fine. That's how secure I am myself. I know what I like. I know what I get down with. But goddamn it, if a woman pretty and fine, ma'am, I'm sorry, you just very beautiful. You are gorgeous. I don't even want to have sex with you. I'm not attracted to you in that way. But damn it, I can still honor beauty. Damn. But again, he was the only one that was open, who wasn't afraid to be open-minded. I want Tyru. See, next Tuesday. Something, Dr. Nakumbe, if you listening, please, if you have Tyru's information, please let me know. I need Tyru ass on the panel next Tuesday. We gonna have these conversations. We gonna talk this shit out. If we gotta be mad and upset, I got weed. Roll up. That's what I really want. I low-key want the barbershop conversation. I want the conversation where the niggas can speak freely. I don't like political correctness either. Because again, I know who the hell I am, and none of you niggas put any fear in my heart. So I'm okay to have those conversations. But I'm like, damn, that's another reason why I love weed. We can sit down and smoke and talk all this shit. You ain't gonna be getting hyped up and mad and upset when you high. If anything, you probably gonna laugh at some shit. Damn joint falling apart. Shit. Girl, come on, come back into the thing. Hold on, y'all. I gotta fix my joint. I should have had me rolled up another one. Somebody said what? Never just have one of anything. I'm like, be careful how you say that now. But he was the only one. But get Tyru on there, baby. I can only imagine. Now that's a conversation. And at that point, I want other people in the conversation that can talk too. But for the people that want to bring the smoke, y'all can come too. It's okay. I can do this. I see this as training. I like the intellectual sparring. It kind of like reminds me of Goku. That nigga took on challenges, girl, and even if the challenges were challenging and whooped his ass, he always bounced the fuck back. And he was grateful for it. If it had not been for you, I wouldn't have known how to grow from this. But now that I done grown, nigga, now it's on. And yeah, Goku be getting a lot of other motherfuckers into shit. If y'all have seen Dragon Ball Z, damn, I got the name of it, but when it was the Tournament of the Universes, Goku got the Earth realms, Earth, into that shit. They was mad as hell, nigga. Why you getting us into shit? Because you want to train. But they all learned something. They all was able to find the strength in themselves. And then on top of that, it wasn't even Goku who saved Earth. It was one of the androids. There is something that is unique about human beings, which is our tenacity, which is our mind and our willpower and our drive. That is the thing that is special about humanity. And with it being humanity, that's going to happen through queerness. That's going to happen through heterosexuality. That's going to happen through the women's community. That's going to happen through the trans community. That's going to happen for people who are Buddhist, for people who are Christian, for people who are Muslim. Doesn't matter. It's about what you believe. In the narrative of that book, the Bible, that a lot of people don't interpret, right? The Bible is a magical book. You need mystics, people who apply this shit in their own life, who are actually operating in some of the mystical stories that we read about and interpret and try to bring it down to a human level and forget the emotional part of it. Christ was an emotional person. We forget that. Was Christ stoic in this bitch? No, he was not. Christ let your ass know. Christ was always down there arguing down the Pharisees and the Sadducees, girl, the ones that was calling him demons. He was hoeing they niggas' lives. But in that book, whenever Christ would do some sort of healing, Christ will always ask simply, do you believe? I know the world see you as a sick person, a twisted person, through their own ignorance. And sometimes, because we don't have any sort of loving or affirmation around us, we will start to believe the lies to where the lies become truth for us. And that's when people can experience what is known as hell as well. But then here comes this person who came down in the most lowliest of things. This nigga came into this world aware. The level and power that y'all give Christ in the narrative, why didn't he come down in royalty? Why didn't he come down draped the fuck up in diamonds and pearls? Girl, got prints and all them. This will be the day. Was born in a manger. Did carpentry. Was gone for a big part of the Bible. No one can explain where the hell Jesus went, girl, because some of those books are removed. But some of those books have been discovered now. Then he pops back up on the scene and just shows up as this person who I feel like in today's society would be called a rebel. Would be called an extremist. If a man came into y'all churches right now and walked up to somebody who was an amputee and said to them, I know you see yourself as an amputee, but I see you as a person with 2 legs. Do you believe? Like, will you believe? Do you believe enough for that for you to see that with me? And that person's faith was so deep, they said, you know what, I do. And they motherfucking legs started to grow the fuck back in real time. I'm talking about bones, ligaments. It looks like something out of a science fiction movie. Because again, Christ was doing supernatural stuff, raising the dead, all this other type of stuff, right? So if you were to come into the world and do that today, y'all would be terrified. Wouldn't be no, oh my God, he's the real savior. Maybe for the person being healed and for the people who can't deny the miracles. But a lot of y'all will be afraid, girl. If you sitting there at a funeral, girl, crying, Meemaw passed away, I miss her, all that shit. And this man walked the fuck up and just looked at the casket and laid their hands on the person, girl. And he walked away and the person in the casket got the fuck up. Y'all wouldn't be thinking, oh my God, this is Jesus Christ. What must I do to be saved? Y'all would be thinking, oh my God, The Last of Us, The Walking Dead has manifested, girl. Thriller is real. There are some people who are choosing to face the fear and transcend. And there are some people who are stuck in their fears. And if you want to be stuck in your fear, that's okay. I'm okay with that. Like, the way y'all perceive me and what y'all believe about me, it really don't make me no difference. I'm just warning y'all that the British are coming in reference to y'all gonna stop fucking with queer people. Because we know what the fuck be going on. We ain't got to lie, Craig. We ain't got to lie. But see, we gonna change the narrative. Ain't gonna be no more, you're right, ain't gonna be no more victimhood. Y'all gonna fuck around and it's gonna be y'all turn to be the victimhood. Y'all sound worse than us. So again, what happens when queer people also start packing heat? What happened when queer people over here would make motherfucking Michael Myers and Jason and them proud, girl, with all the goddamn cutlery they got in their damn purse and on their person? Will we be able to have the conversations when queer niggas start defending themselves, started whooping niggas' asses in ways to where niggas end up, the gay bashers end up in the hospital? Someone asked me, you ever sat down and talked to these people? How can I sit down and talk with somebody who said to me, if any of those faggot niggas say anything to me, I'm going to punch them in the face, and they following us? How do I talk to you? And to be honest, I wanted to say something that time, but my friend William's boyfriend at the time told me, Bubs, don't say nothing, please don't. And I was upset because I'm like, we're not even fucking with you. I wanted to respond, to have the conversation and talk about it. And he told me a very unfortunate truth. He said, all these niggas down here may not know each other, but they will build some sort of camaraderie when it comes to fucking gay niggas up. A few years later, after my first Pride experience, which I didn't go to this Pride this year, again, another incident happened on the Riverwalk where there was a guy who was a well-known hairstylist here in Detroit, ended up getting gay bashed, and he was fighting the nigga that was fucking him up. And then he turned around and gave that nigga the hands, and he was getting fucked up so bad that his bros had to jump in, and they jumped this gay man. They didn't sit there and let these niggas fight one-on-one, and if your friend got ate the fuck up, bitch, your friend got ate the fuck up, damn. They snuck this gay man. They proceeded to act like a pack of hyenas on this nigga. What happens if queer people start doing that? I don't know. Maybe there needs to be gay gangs, girl, that sit up here and seek retribution on the niggas that motherfucking do them wrong, girl. Maybe some of these queer people need to identify, and since y'all subscribing to the white narrative as far as the white man and supremacy, maybe we should take a few pages out of that book too and do like how them niggas did us in the middle of the night, girl. And y'all would turn around and do that to other queer men, but yet George Zimmerman is still walking around, bitch. Make it make sense. Still signing goddamn Arizona tea cans and Skittle bags to this day. That one little white boy girl who had the gun that was shooting at protesters and stuff, he's still getting beers and all that shit being put on him today. Being seen as true American patriots, getting rid of the people who are not upstanding citizens. Not because we know them for who they are, not because we've judged them by the content of their character, but simply because of how they look and what the society has informed me about y'all. That'd be the problem. Oh, from what, like I said, what I've heard, girl, okay. And we the delusional ones. All right. I'm gonna read Deshaun's comments because I'm gonna have to cut this off because it's almost 2 hours. And girl, then I try to continue the conversation on my platform, and really nobody shows up except for Dr. Nakumbe. But we gotta finish this conversation. All right, I get it. Y'all want to finish it on y'all in y'all own pace. And if you want it at a slower pace, then y'all gonna have to slow up on the queerphobia. No shade. Deshaun says, yeah, that live was weird. Like I said, I even told these people about DL Man and how they became DL is because they couldn't be gay because they had to impress their dad. And they danced over the question knowing that the LGBT do get attacked because I just said on the comments that 2 queer people that were black men were being followed. Like you've been followed. And it happens all the time. There's a whole video right now of a trans woman who came out to her brother, and her brother proceeded to whoop her goddamn ass, and she had to escape, and she basically has no place to go, and her brothers and her the brother's friends is looking for her, and this is recorded. But of course when that happens, oh my god, crisis actors, oh my god, girl. Okay, we are literally living in the days of revelation, girl. The revelations are being revealed and people are choosing not to believe it. And then when it's time for them to have their cross experience, now I got to be respectful of you. No, I'm just going to tolerate you like you do me. I mean, again, if we're going to play this, we both human. So anything you can do, I can do too, pimp. And I don't give a fuck what society say, bitch. God, Source Universe has allowed me to be here. Queer people have been here since the beginning of time. We are written on motherfucking stone tablets etched into walls. We have journals for people who lived back at that time. We have pictures to back up the experiences. We've had all that. It's just the fact that now in the technological age, this is information where you can learn whatever the fuck you want to learn. And there's so much to learn. And if it's sensory overload for you, that's fine. There are some people who can deal with sensory overload. You ain't got to, boo. And if you can't, move the fuck out the way so somebody else can. Because like I said, I already said who I wanted to have the conversation with. And I hope and pray that I can get that panel. Because that would be an awesome panel. Or hell, I would hope that I can at least schedule that panel and these individuals would commit to coming to my panel to have the conversation. And then even when they do, Mandrell did it. Shout out to Mandrell. Mr. Bennett did it. Shout out to Mr. Bennett. Some of the other niggas tried, girl. They kind of failed. Well, Dr. Nakumbe. Shout out to Dr. Nakumbe. Went over there and did it. And when they were able to find some commonality and understanding with queer people, when they came back, what happened? Oh, shit. So-and-so about to come out the closet. Yeah, your ass really in the community, ain't you? You like them trends, don't you? Yes, I know you do, see? Because you ain't no real man. Because a real man, why are we having a conversation with these punks? These goddamn eunuchs. We had motherfucking eunuchs on the goddamn panel. Right. Girl. And this be the shit that come out y'all mouths. That be the shit that come out of your mouths. Because again, y'all don't watch my content. And if you did, you would probably be a lot better in your strategy as far as debating me. The only person that's qualified really to speak on my talking points Is Tough Topics podcast and goddamn Dr. Nakumbe, because they actually come to my live and they listen to what I'm saying and my perspective. It's a bunch of other motherfuckers who don't do that, girl, and they so damn lazy and trying to attempt it, they'll just go ahead and come up with their own version. Okay, well, damn it, you just this and that, and whoop. It's the mindset. It's the mindset. Okay, well, are y'all ready to talk about mindsets? Because we can. Because I'm making this a human thing. Y'all trying to make this an exclusively gay thing, and you fail at it all the time. Y'all fail at it all the time. Y'all do that, not us. Y'all do that. And I say that confidently. And I bet that on y'all wedding ring. Okay? Some of y'all might feel, oh, Bubs, you're kind of speaking in a cocky type of way. No, I'm not. I'm just speaking in a confident way because I know there's a difference to that. Let's change the music up a little bit because we're going to read up off of Deshaun's comments. Excuse me. Shout out to this strain because I don't even know what the hell this strain is called. Excuse me. Ooh, girl. You know, your chest start burning. You know you about to really get that fire. Wow, wow. Deshaun says, they bring up the children, and I told him, what about women that abuse boys to even gay boys? Because there was a gay man that admitted that he was abused by a woman. Because when the woman said there's emasculation of black men, and if the boys are gay, we need to know what happened to you, who touched you. And I told him, what about the ones that are not touched? What about the ones that admit they were gay and their stories can be shown out when they were abused by women because they were forced to be straight? What about those people? We talk about that too. Again, those comments. Come on, the men's community, baby. Y'all showing y'all ass. We don't even want to see it, but y'all showing it. With that whole thing about that 12-year-old stripper and stuff. And even little boys having crush on adult women. When I was in organized religion and in church, I had grown women tell me, oh, that's my little boyfriend. Hey, little boyfriend, how you doing? That's my little boyfriend. Yeah, they was playful with it, but do you still see the sexualization of that? I heard some of the niggas talking about being attracted to Miss Crabtree from the Little Rascals. I remember Black Men Unfiltered said his son had a crush on one of his teachers who looked like Megan Good if she really gave her life to Christ. But still, goddammit, Christ, I gotta thank you for making such a beautiful ass woman as her. To where you had men say, shit, if I had that in school, I'd probably pay attention. You would still fail. You would still fail. You would just fail gratefully because at least I'm failing with this beautiful woman in front of me. See, this is another level of awareness. And somebody did say in the comment section, this man is dangerous. Yes, I'm dangerous to egotistical, low vibrational, fear-based people. Yes, I'm a threat. Because now you have to actually deal with the objective reality of what's going on, and you can't deal with that. Because if I were to accept this queer person as a human being, that means that now there's something inside of me that has to change because I've been taught this for so long. Again, taught this for so long by organized religion, by culture, all this other type of stuff that this was evil, this is bad. And then you go out into the world and you meet people like myself who are self-actualized and growing in their self-actualization game every day. And now there's some sort of conflict going on. To where I was told this, but then this is happening. Just like how you can prepare for war, the preparation is good, but you also have to be present in the actual experience and present moment of war. That's why I said when niggas get their head blown off, people say, oh, we're going to go in or whatever. You still got to make that choice to do that. But you ain't going to sit up here and tell me that you wasn't scared either. Because what if you go forward and you got shot? You think the flashing of life in front of people's eyes is something they choose to do? Or is it something that automatically happens when death comes around? And especially when death come around in such a very unsuspecting way, we reduce ourselves to infancy, because there's no arguing with death, baby. When death come, girl, that's it. Niggas be pleading with death, girl, I will give you this, all this shit. Please don't, please don't. And death be like, girl, what can you give me that I don't have? And how is you giving me anything going to stop that? Because we all have an appointed time. See, some of us are opening up our minds and learning to find the beauty in all things. Even in the scripture, it says to give reverence and to give praise in all things. All things are working for your good. All things, not some, but all things. It is your job to figure out what the fuck that all things look like. And there are queer people who are figuring that shit out, whether you agree or not. And if you want to judge a book by its cover, don't be mad when people judge your book by the cover. I mean, that's only fair, right? A different world. There are so many stories of sexual abuse. I don't have to be because they were turned out to be gay. Some of them was already gay and was abused by heterosexual people. Again, to Dr. Kumbe's point, sensory. When you having that sexual experience, I don't give a fuck. And I think somebody said it on the first time I was on the live. I think it was also another medical professional who said that when you busting up for the first time, girl, that's a powerful thing. The first time I did, I thought I was dying. I like, girl, what the fuck is this? Oh my God. It took me a long time until I was like 16 years old when I started really going ahead with the whole beating your shit like an owe you money era, girl. Okay? Be like, damn, shooting dust in this mug, girl. But again, I've never been sexually abused, and I've always been attracted to the same sex. There were other boys that I thought was cute when I was younger. Didn't nobody teach me that. RuPaul didn't come to my house, girl, like Santa Claus or the Tooth Fairy to come tell me about gay shit, girl. That was something instinctually in me. I was attracted. And my heterosexual peers at the time saw that, and they responded with the gay bashing. Like I said on the panel, the first time I heard fag was in church, but the first time I saw it employed in the cultural aspect, especially in the black community, was when I was in elementary school and middle school. To where when recess came, girl, I had to hide, bitch. I had to go chill with the girls. Cause they're the only ones that didn't judge me. And they're the only ones that I could be safe from, because y'all were gonna do that rowdy shit around them. When I got out of lunch, girl, I literally had to run. Niggas was looking for me. I had niggas choke me out in class. I had one nigga, I was leaving out the goddamn modular, walking to the parking lot to get picked up by my mom, and this one dude, I remember his name and everything, I ain't gonna say his name, but he started walking beside me, and I ain't think nothing of it. Then all of a sudden, jawed the fuck out of me. And the weird part is that he even shared some homoerotic stuff to me, because I didn't even find this nigga attractive, but he somehow found me attractive. To where there'll be times where I would go to the bathroom and he would go and he would open the door and walk in the room and just stare at me. Or he would show me that, oh, I got a jock strap on. I don't know what the fuck a jock strap. Why are you showing me this shit? When Tough Topics talked about why is always this narrative that with people who are so against queerness that y'all assume they on the DL. And then, again, Dr. Nakumbe, the professional, okay, professional, said that there's a thing called self-internalized homophobia. That's why I use the example of Bishop Eddie Long, who had mass influence about anti-queerness, was leading all type of goddamn marches and rallies and all this other type of shit, just for him to be tipping and dipping more than my ass could ever do, to where there are speculations around his death being the fact that he possibly called the apartments in Dallas. The acronyms for the apartment in Dallas, the acronym, the first letters. Sis. Apartments in Dallas, sis. Y'all, it's not the fact that y'all can't have the conversation with queer people. At this point, it seems like y'all don't really want to. Because y'all actions are going to have to match up with y'all words. And I'm going to make sure that we continue those conversations. So if I sound like a nuisance, y'all invited this. And my job is not trying to change any of y'all minds. If you want to believe what you want to believe, that's fine. I'm trying to reach the people who are open-minded enough to say, you know what? Right now in this present moment, because I'm ignorant, I don't agree with a lot of things that happens, but I'm willing to be educated so that I can know for myself. Those are the people I want to connect with. The Mr. Bennetts, I want to connect with those. The Dr. Nakumbes, the Tough Topics podcast. Despite her disbelief, I still feel like she's still open-minded enough to say, you know what, Bubs, I can see your point. And I can even do that for them. Because I'm not having this conversation to be like, oh, I am better than you. I am the most supreme person in the room. But I am going to speak the truth about what I know. And y'all can't get mad at me because I know more than y'all do about queerness. And y'all can learn about queerness too if y'all wanted to, but y'all don't want to. And if you want to sit up here and speak on public platforms, your ignorance, that's perfectly fine. But my thing is, deal with all that comes with being ignorant. I need y'all to walk in the energy of Trey. I just don't like y'all niggas, girl. And if you want to call me a goddamn bigot, if y'all want to call me a goddamn homophobe, I'll gladly wear the sash. Matter of fact, where is the parade so I could be on the float? Can y'all print off some Costco printings and pictures of myself so we can put it up in the post office? I want people to know that I am a queer folk. And I can't be mad at that. The Felt family, even though they ignorant as fuck and homophobic as hell, at least they being honest about it, and I can't be mad at that. But we gonna also be honest about a lot of stuff too. If I'm so dangerous, I want y'all to also be dangerously honest. And again, Christ was dangerous, girl. That's why they had to take him out. But better yet, he laid down his life. Like T.S. Madison said, y'all are the ones that sexualize children. Y'all are the ones that have shootings and killings in y'all songs. Y'all are the ones who have dysfunctional dudes in the household. They're supposed to be fathers, and guess what happens when it's dysfunctional? They leave the household and have the kids abandoned. I mean, they dance around the question when it comes to sexuality and abuse, sexual abuse, and all of those things when it comes to males. But I don't get, or males is acceptable. So girls are protected and boys are not. And you wonder why boys grow up being the predators themselves, but yet they complain why they're predators. What do you think it came from? It came from dysfunction. I can see that. Because again, we live in a world again with patriarchy. You have a dick and balls, nigga. You better thank God you born a man. It's a man's world. It's a man's world. But even young boys end up getting abused in a man's world. And when we talk about abuse, abuse simply means manipulating somebody out of their power to assert your will and what you want, even when these people tell you no. Well, what if I have sex with a woman and she turn around and say, you know what? I think that this is grape. I don't like this. Well, we're gonna use the same example y'all tell black women. Maybe you should be more selective about who you put your dick into. I mean, hey, what's good for the goose is good for the gander, right? Let's do it across the board. I'm cool with the across the board experience. I'm cool with that. And you know what I think would really help black men? If black men started getting on their own shit. If they started paying attention to what they know they need to work on and actually do it, excuse me, and actually help to teach other black men to do that, you wouldn't have to worry about being critiqued so much because you would be critiquing yourself. So it'd be like, bitch, I got this. I don't need your help. I got this. And we would see a progression in you that proves that, oh, wow, okay, you do got this. Then I promise you, the women's will be coming to you and will be catering to you. You will get more Beyonce, Destiny's Child catered to you songs played to you. They'll be willing, oh my God, you so damn fine. I'm willing to suck your dick and suck your dick like when we first met and we've been together for 20 years. It's been a long time, but you walking in that energy. And if we're going to use the logic of can't no straight man. So straight men can tell me about gay sex, but I can't tell straight men about heterosexual sex. That's funny. So you can sit down and show your son what happens to an asshole and all this shit when there's a dick in it. You can show him what you think is problematic about goddamn queer sex. But then when queer people start to reverberate that same energy and talk about where y'all fuck up, where is a lot of the mental and emotional department of sex, then now all of a sudden I can't tell you anything. Do you see this double standard in that? And if that's the case, CTV is one of the only queer men, at least right now, because I'm working my way up to my own version of that, okay? To go in certain spaces where BubzDaGawd can be reached, okay? Who are literally sitting down with cis hetero men and women and breaking the shit down so much and tapping into the humanity that there are reconciliations. People go to his motherfucking platform, girl, openly and publicly with their public shit and resolve it. Because despite him being queer, he is an excellent mediator. That is a skill that can be acquired by any motherfucking body. And it's about what you do with that energy, what you do with that skill. And there are some people out here that are using their skills for the betterment of humanity and blackness. I want there to be more black marriages. I want there to be more black weddings. But it's going to have to be more than just, oh, what I can tangibly bring to the table. There has to also be a mental and emotional contribution. And not in the way that society says, which is so fucking limiting, but in a way of love. Finding out what that unique expression looks like between you and your motherfucking partner. That's the point. And y'all can choose to believe it or not. The fact that CTV does it means that it does exist. Now, either y'all can ignore it, which is what a lot of people do a lot, or you can simply go study and see for yourself. So at least you know. But a lot of niggas afraid to do that because once they do that, now they gonna be challenged internally. That's called truth, pimpin'. Even to the point to where I'm learning truth every day. There are so many things in my ass working on. There are so many times where I may feel like a failure. There are so many times where I feel like I ain't doing enough or that I'm missing the mark because certain things haven't manifested in my life the way that I desire them to and make me feel like, well, oh, what I believe probably is not real. Maybe it is a pipe dream. Maybe I am just kidding myself. But yet there are literally people who have been where I've been and probably been through worse. In certain situations, I'm more blessed than they are when they were going through their own ego deaths and their evolutions. But they kept the faith. They were consistent and consecutive in what they do, that they were able to manifest what they want, what they need, and what they desire, and then some. And I actually do my research. I've watched many National Geographic, Discovery, health documentaries of people who come into this world who are, according to society, dysfunctional in their body or have some sort of disorder. And there are two stories I will never forget. There was this one white boy, I forgot his name, but he was born with a rare flesh-eating disease. His skin was literally falling off every day. He was in pain almost all the time. Couldn't even really sleep. Had to wake up, get bandages removed from his body. Painful. Be put into painful salt baths. Shit burning. You know what the fuck it felt like to have an open wound and then salt in it too to disinfect. That shit burn. Imagine that all over your body, and that's your reality for the rest of your life. And then on top of that, your life expectancy is short. There are some people who go through so much pain, they welcome death. They be like, bitch, please come French kiss me right now, because girl, this shit too much. But instead of him being quote unquote a victim, and oh, woe is me, and oh my God, I'm fucked up in my experience and I'm trapped in hell, this nigga still makes the conscious goddamn choice up until his passing, unfortunately, where he made the choice to still live. To where this motherfucker was doing TED Talks in front of grown, capable, normal human beings and inspiring them to not give the fuck up. If I, with my shit, can go through this and still make a choice to live life, I hate to say it, it shows how weak-minded you are. And how much we take for granted so much shit that if it changed, we wouldn't know what the fuck to do. Just because shit may seem fucked up doesn't mean it stays fucked up. There is a lesson to learn in this as well that can better you. The other one was this girl named Shiloh. And she was known as the actual Little Mermaid. She was born with her legs fused together, and it looks like she literally has a mermaid's fin or tail. Dealing with all type of complications. She going to the hospital all the time. Dealing with random sicknesses, all this other type of shit. But baby, she had full of spunk, full of life, full of energy. She was sassy. Yeah, there were moments where she was scared, but she was such a trooper. And she was a motherfucking child, bro. Like, I think people don't really want to do their research because if they do, first of all, they have to actually put in the work to do it. And when it happens, it challenges them. How the fuck do you think I felt when I first came out? The first people I told in reference to me being queer were some of my high school friends who did not judge me. Then I told my sister. My sister started crying because she was afraid of how the world could possibly treat me because I'm queer. The next person I told was my mom. My mom said she had a few thoughts or whatever, but my mom said she loves me unconditionally. Because my mom actually walks in unconditional love. Even when she don't understand, she still walks in unconditional love. Just like T.S. Madison's mom. See, y'all don't do y'all research. The relationship between T.S. Madison and her mom has grown exponentially. Even if Miss Mary might still have some things she don't agree with or she don't understand, she still chooses love and says, God, this is still my child. Help me to find a way to love my child. But I told her, and she said, you know, we're going to have to tell your dad. And that was the person I was the most afraid to tell. Because when I had my first homophobic experience with him, that was very visceral and objective, his response was terrifying. I ain't never seen him act like that ever. He was a staunch goddamn deacon, and he did not say the F word. He'll say damn, hell, and shit. But at that moment, there was a fuck that came out his mouth, and that shook me. And because my father has transcended his fear, and I even have a live on my YouTube channel where I'm talking to my fucking parents about queerness, that he even admitted that, yeah, he was afraid. He was afraid for his son in reference to him possibly going to hell. He was afraid of his sons catching AIDS. He was afraid of his son being gay bashed. But what seemed to triumph in reference to the fears over his own son's existence was the fact of, what are people going to say about me? And I possibly failed somewhere as a father. Because even my father had a nervous breakdown about it. And to JT's point, a lot of fathers envision their son walking down the aisle to their wives. They look forward to establishing certain connections with their sons, especially having sexual conversations with their sons, because we both like what we like, right? So, we can talk, we can still be men. We can still tell the truth about how we really feel about sex and stuff like that, or when we're not around women, because women always motherfucking got something to say. And I can imagine the pain that it feels to know that that's not going to happen with your son in reference to a female. Because the whole thing about passing on the lineage and legacy and having grandkids and stuff, that was the exact same thing my father was afraid of, that it wasn't going to happen. And I've stated and shared, I aspire to marriage. I aspire to having a family. So I do intend to give my parents grandchildren. But I'm going to make sure that I'm in the best place I can, because just because I'm giving you grandkids, I still got to raise these motherfuckers. When your ass is dead and gone, I still got to live after this shit. And that's a big responsibility, bringing another human being into the world. And what happens is, a lot of times parents tend to live out their failed objectives through their fucking kids, as opposed to allowing their kids to be who the hell they are. And when I made that example of, when they want to play piano and football, we have no problem. But that's still a feeling that they have. Dad, I feel like I want to play football. They even go forth in wanting to buy a football, wanting to go to training, even with piano. Can you buy me a piano, Dad? Please. Can you buy me a guitar, Dad? Please, please. And they actually go forth in learning that. You have no problem with that. But because of this negative, underlying, fear-based perspective about queerness, it seems like y'all just don't want to say, okay, queer people exist. But then it's always, you're pushing it on us and you're pushing it on us. There are queer people who know who they are, and they don't need your validation anymore. And that's the thing. It's like y'all feel like we need y'all validation. We don't need y'all validation. We simply want y'all to leave us alone. And when we talk about educating the youth, we're literally educating the youth that, hey, there are going to be gay youth that are going to grow up with you, because the exact same people who are the adults now that have this staunch, strong stance against queerness were probably the same motherfuckers when they was kids who was doing the gay bashing. And see, a lot of men are not going to admit that. Or I'm sorry, a lot of insecure black men are not going to do that. That's why when I speak and open my mouth, I'm very aware about what I say. Y'all don't know what I do on the back end. Y'all don't come to my channel and see all the motherfucking work that I put into. Y'all don't read the books that I read. Y'all don't have the conversations that I had. And then when you have somebody who's heterosexual, Dr. Nakumbe, who comes through with the facts, with the statistics, with all this stuff, all of a sudden now he's wrong. We see who insecure and we see who not. But they don't want to talk about talk about that about their own sons. They don't even want to talk about their experiences when they were sexually abused, but they will blame the LGBT for it. It's so crazy. And when they say, and it's really sad, and they won't even let you have the floor. They say, I will let you have the floor, but they won't even let you have the floor of what you wanted to, of what you wanted to say. And that's okay. I expect that. These conversations, I expect that. I don't go into these conversations. I go into these conversations hopeful for something different. But I also understand how these conversations unfortunately go. Because for some reason, it's this illusion that queer people derail the conversation, or we're making it more so emotional, and men need to be stoic. But then when it's time for them to be stoic, they fail in the stoicism. And the only stoicism they really want to walk into is the physical violence against them and not have to deal with the backlash of it. That's the stoicism they want to manifest. And all I'm saying is, if that's the game, okay, there are queer people who can play that game too. There is nothing that you niggas can do that queer people cannot do. Y'all can bring children into this world, so can we. It don't have to be through your conventional methods. God's source universe allows it to be. Even to the point to where it even benefits other subsections of the heterosexual community who may not have the abilities to come together and procreate. Because even with pregnancy, doesn't that also mean that you have to wait for a certain ovulation period? Don't you have to sometime plan for these things too? But like I said, we are having the conversations, and BubzDaGawd is going to continue to do it. So if I seem like a nuisance, I mean, hey, I'm the little motherfucking brother who mama told y'all that I gotta go with y'all everywhere y'all go. You can be mad if you want to. I'ma tell mama, nigga, mama said. And as much as y'all talk about women not leading shit, y'all sure do listen to your mamas. I wish some of you mama slap the shit out of all y'all right now, and y'all old and y'all in y'all age. Know damn well that if you talk back to your damn mama and disrespect her, baby, there's a fist coming about that motherfucker. So you still understand what mama said. Mama said. Well, guess what? Mama told me to knock you the fuck out when you mess with me. Mama told me to pick up a brick when you fuck with me. Mama told me to traumatize your ass in such a way. And when y'all talk about the DJ Academic part, y'all feel bad for him because didn't he start crying too? And y'all already consider crying from men bitch shit. And on top of that, why are you crying from this flaming homosexual? This flaming hot Cheeto got you crying? You're not even a real man. That's what they would say. But we're going to talk about it. Okay? And you notice how I was able to congratulate everybody over there. It wasn't no sitting there like, oh, girl, fuck you. Oh, bitch. Ugh, I hate you. Oh, my God. I didn't make no ad hominems. I ain't call nobody on the motherfucking panel a bitch-ass, fuck-hell-ass nigga. Oh, you fupa swinging bitch. Oh, you triple-necked ass nigga. I didn't go into any of the reading like I know I could have. I basically stuck with the viewpoints. And since we're talking about the mindset, let's talk about all the mindsets. If you want something exclusively for you, you have to find that within yourself. And you can do it. The black men that you want to see, be it. But you ain't got to be it in this way to where you're literally stopping other groups of men being. Just be your goddamn self. But the issue that we're having with toxic masculinity, y'all are choosing to hang on to the word toxic as far as all of masculinity. I didn't say masculinity. I said the toxic aspect of masculinity. The opposite extreme of that is literally policing other men to say, hey, if you real men do this. Real men are supposed to do this. Real men are not supposed to do that. And there are men who are real men who said, bitch, fuck y'all interpretations of real men. Bitch, I'm my own man. I don't need to sit up here and be affirmed by a bunch of other motherfuckers on what I should be. It's my job to find out who I am. And those conversations honestly need to happen in the queer community, because even I have those conversations. Even when I talk to some of the queer people in the black community about some serious stuff, a lot of times people don't want to be around that. So to be honest, it's a lot of spectrums within blackness that don't really care about blackness at large. They trying to get the money themselves. They trying to get the fuck up out the hood, forget the goddamn hood, quote unquote, live better, not actually take their resources and pour it back into the neighborhoods so that the neighborhoods can become better. So that the sexy reds and all of these trap ass niggas can have something else to aspire to and have other avenues to let things out. These same niggas who talking all this shit, some of these niggas are waking up and realizing the music they putting out and how it's actually damaging people. NBA Youngboy has a whole goddamn interview. It sound like he's shaking, girl, because he just so, I don't know if he's high or what, but he's shaking, was shaking so much, explaining about how he had to deal with the accountability of promoting a certain frequency to queer people. To black people and black youth. And that's why I say if queer people can, not queer people, even queer people, but if black people can take all that darker, low vibrational energy that's in humanity and put it into art, like music and like movies and like all this stuff, but complete the circle, that would be very beneficial. One of my favorite films, especially horror films, because I love the horror genre, is Tales from the Hood, the first one. The other two of them, 2 and 3, is trash. I'm sorry, it was horrible. But the first one will always have a place in my heart. It had a message that was so brutal and so raw and brought the horror, fantasy, mystical aspect to it, to where it was like, wow. It really makes you think. I just recently watched a Christian horror film entitled Nefarious. It had no blood, it had no gore, but the way it was written, I'm like, wow. If I wasn't secure in who I am, I would be scared as hell right now. To the point to where I'm even doing a read-through of it on my channel, which I feel like a lot of the people who have these viewpoints about queerness, they would probably be perplexed, because it's like, wait a minute, you're sitting up here fighting for advocacy, but you're reading a book that literally reaffirms what we're talking about. And I can do that and still be who I am. Because even though that book is allegedly written from the mind of a demon, the mind of the demon has strong Christian conservative values. So I understand it's an allegory being used. That's what's been happening. It's the fire and brimstone aspect coming back now. Where even in that book, I can sit up there and call out the contradictions. And if it is an alleged demon speaking or whatever, why should I believe you when you serve the master of lies? Now, if you say some shit, like they say a broken clock is right on, twice a day, I can honor you on that. But as far as everything else, you're a liar. In this conversation, it's not going to be black and white. It's going to be as colorful as a goddamn rainbow. If you actually do your spiritual research, the rainbow is basically the colors of the chakra system. And let's talk about religion real quick. For the black people who are so black and so black, and I'm black before this, and I'm blackity black, and I'm black, y'all, and I'm blackity black, and I'm black. Christianity is not even our original religion. If you do your research. Gotta face the fear to do that. Our ancestors who came from Africa had their own beliefs, but when they came to America and they started looking at some of these books like the Bible, they found a way to also honor the same energy that was reverberating in their ancestors in this expression of American Christianity. And if you really want to look at it, Christianity is simply a whitewashed version of Egyptian stuff, African stuff. That's factual. But see, when we talk about that, see. Wow. It's kind of like we're having the conversations of the slaves who go to church and try to do the right thing not to piss off master. And if you try to piss off master, we all gonna get fucked with. Well, we all gonna get fucked with anyway. So my thing is, if we gonna get fucked with, why not also have our hand in trying to change some of this shit too? Or if you gonna fuck with me, I'm gonna fuck with you too. And like I said, the film projects that I have in mind and the ideas, and I'm slowly but surely manifesting all the necessary components to bring that to life. Y'all gonna really be mad at BubzDaGawd. To the point to where, damn, I went from doing commentary on y'all to where y'all gonna start doing commentary on me, girl. Y'all, baby, the shit I'm about to do with my content, girl, y'all gonna be like, girl, I told you, I told you. And then when I have the conversation, still struggle. But see, I understand that people are going to struggle. There are some people who are going to not accept. I'm okay with that. Because even in the narrative of the Bible, if I'm not mistaken, I think when Christ went to some city, I don't know if it was Jerusalem or whatever, or Bethlehem, someplace, but, and I'm sure the Bible scholars will correct me, please. I'm not beyond reproach. He went to one place and he could not do any works at all. Not simply because, Christ was just off those days. He ain't getting enough sleep. You know what I'm saying? He ain't meditate or something. You know what I'm saying? But simply because people did not believe. And Christ didn't sit up there and argue you down on whether you believed or not. He simply just gave you the opportunity to do so. And if you wanted to, he worked it out with you. If you didn't, he kept it moving. It's like the story or the narrative when the rich man asked Christ, how do I get into this so-called heaven? Can I pay my way in? And Christ told him, nigga, he hit his ass with that parable, girl. That high weed mentality answer, girl. Creative. It would have to, a camel will have to go through a needle of an eye, girl. The needle of an eye before your ass can buy your way into heaven. You know what that rich man said to him? Well, Christ, it was nice talking to you, pimping. I can give you a few shillings, a few little silver coins and shit, you know what I'm saying? Just to give you a little food because I appreciate this conversation, but nigga, I love my money too much. And Christ didn't say, oh, you're going to lose your... He just simply said, okay, and kept it moving. The only time Christ got lit than a motherfucker and was cussing people, because I got to believe Christ cussed, girl. I got to believe Christ, girl. Dealing with humanity, girl, you telling me he ain't cuss, girl? I know he had to let motherfuckers have it. But the times that he did, for the most part, he was arguing the Pharisees and the Sadducees. The individuals who believe like an organized religion, oh, this is how God is supposed to show up, and this is how you're supposed to do it, and God, and God, and God, God, and God, and God, and God, and God. And Christ said, nigga, I'm connected to God. I am his son, bitch. What do you mean? How dare you say you're the son of God? Have you been affirmed by the council? Look at you, you're poor. You smell like shit, you look like shit. If you were with God, where are your heavenly robes like mine? Where are your scribes around your neck like me? Where is your temple that people come and worship at? And also, Christ didn't walk around with an instruction manual and say, hold on, wait a minute, y'all. Hold on, wait. In Samuel, it says this. In Leviticus, it said this. No, he was the living word. And that same living word told his disciples and all the people that experienced those manifestations, he said that you were saved by your faith. And that's what organized religion has done to the black community at large. It has taught us how to put our power into the hands of other people who have no good intention or will for us for real. They want the money. It's like they work in tandem with goddamn or hand in hand with the pharmaceutical company. Why give you the tools needed for you to manifest freedom in your life, connection to God in your life, to be able to establish the foundation of personal relationship in your life, when I can put out cardinal sins that says we should always be against? And then when these people who are choosing not to be held down by the Bible and they live their life in a sin, I can use that as a tactic, and I know y'all give me money because, again, I'm the one that's in control of y'all soul salvation. And who knows better than Pastor? I know this from personal experience. When I came out, my father was like, well, you got to talk to Pastor, because, you know, Pastor, he hears from God and all this other type of stuff. He not the only nigga that hear from God. And if you're in a church somewhere and the only person that can know God more than you is the pastor, you might want to leave that church, because that pastor is not teaching you how to have your own shit. What do you think happens when churches transition from pastors? What happened when the pastor died? Is you now fucked up in life? No. Look at 2020 when the church is shut down. Now it was time to figure out, bitch, who really know God for real. We put on this Living All Alone instrumental. Late in the midnight hour, girl, when Pastor and them wasn't available, when Sister so-and-so wasn't available, when friends and family members wasn't available, when friends turned their back on you, when it seemed like everybody just all of a sudden busy, and when it's time for me, Lord, to be able to need some help, girl, ain't no help to be found. That's when people meet God for themselves. That ends up being the fork in the road for that person to make a choice. You don't think I dealt with the fear of hell, especially from the organized religions viewpoint, and that's something that I grew up in? You know how long it took me to transcend that and to heal from that? Excuse me. And let's not act like every single scripture and every single book in the Bible has been read at church. Ever since I've been outside of church, there's been some scriptures in the Bible that I've heard that I was like, why hasn't my pastor ever spoke about this? Why hasn't my pastor ever broke it down like this? Oh my God, that makes so much sense. Even the pastor that I had at the time when I was going to church and organized religion, he was kind of already on the viewpoint that I'm in now as far as being open-minded. He still struggled with queerness. And even though he knew I was queer, he still wanted me to serve in church. And guess what he told me? I want you to serve as a youth pastor. You know how many motherfuckers wanted me to be youth pastor? And I said, hell to the fuck no. Because once y'all find out that I'm queer objectively, now it's going to be this shit of me doing shit with the kids and you can't prove it. But because of this interpretation that's placed on queer people and children, they're going to spread it. And let's be all the way real. When I was on my church praise team, because I can sing a little bit, I'm learning to strengthen my voice. You know, I got a cute little voice. I'm making it better. Both of the youth pastors that I had at the church, both of those niggas were also either bi or queer, because they both had girlfriends, alleged wives and stuff. But when I go to the black gay bar, girl, y'all niggas in the bar, girl, with a snapback on and a blunt in your ear. And they've even made passes at me. And just because I'm gay does not mean that every man that make a pass at me, I'm going to take it, because contrary to what you believe or what you want to believe, gay men have standards. Sometimes they standards be so unrealistic, they can't even reach it. And they the one that want it from other people. The fuck? But even then, my pastor at the time, despite his viewpoints on queerness, still chose to see the God in me. And there was a point in time in organized religion, I was so afraid to accept that. Because when the community turns against you, that shit hurts. And I've already dealt with that shit as a child. You're telling me now as an adult, when I'm walking in my truth, there's a possibility I'm going to have to deal with that shit again? And you wonder why the self-deletion rate is high. Because even when people try to create a healthy reality for queer people, y'all still speak ill against it. I remember one time when I was in church, I decided to do something very, very kind of like out the box. Because I was kind of like in the box type of a person. I got this mohawk and it was blonde, but the way the mohawk looked, it looked like something a white person would wear. No shade. It was kind of like a Spartan's helmet type of mohawk. It wasn't the mohawk that I really wanted, but I had this big ass afro mohawk thing, and it was, what is it? Blonde. And I remember I went to church, excuse me, for Easter, girl. And I sat in the balcony. I didn't like sitting where everybody else. I like sitting in the balcony. Because I want to focus on the word. I don't want you focus on you bitches. I'm focused on the word, girl. What's going on. Getting what I need to get for myself and out. I walked into the church, girl. Into the sanctuary at the top. And I sat down. And eyes were on me like crazy. I could feel them burning in the back of my fucking head. And I kept that hairstyle for months, to the point to where there were some people in the church who felt compelled to say something. One of them was this guy, this African guy. Nice, cool dude, but, you know, I can still be objective, but still call your shit out. He gave me a hug at the church and said, man, you know your hairstyle is a rebellion against God. I said, huh? What you mean? And he ended up quoting some sort of Bible verse about shaving the side of your head as a sign of rebellion. And I'm thinking, like, this is just a hairstyle and a form of expression. I didn't shave my head, and I'm saying consciously, I'm defying God. I want to defy God. It was another form of me trying something new for myself. A lot of the church people, they wouldn't say hi to me like they did before. They'll give me a little church hug like, no. All that shit. But when I cut that bitch off and went back to the bootsy fade and shit. Oh, brother Bubs, how you doing? Oh my God, it's so nice to see. I'm like, oh. So when I cut this off, now y'all cool with it. I even had one person tell me, I'm so glad you got that bird nest cut off your head. And my smart ass wanted to say, well, at least my bird nest is real, bitch. Now, if I snatch your shit off, we'll see all them goddamn gray trolley worms in the back of your damn head. Motherfucking edgeless and shit. We see when you walked in that the motherfucking Koreans was happy. Oh my God, you say you want hair? You impressed team? You go to church? What church you go to? You go, oh, I got this week, church week for you. You wear this on there. First lady be jealous. First lady be jealous. You will come in first lady energy with your hair. Oh, that looks good. Loretta Devine. You like the Loretta Devine? You look like Loretta Devine. Yes. I saw how they treated queer people in church. Y'all not gonna treat me like that. Because y'all gonna think it's a damn demon in me, girl. Because I'm gonna really give y'all the church that y'all really want. And I even remember when I was younger, there was this guy that was queer in our church. His name was Ronald. Every time he sung in the choir, I'm reminded of that song by the Pointer Sisters called Automatic. When I first heard that song on Grand Theft Auto Vice City, I thought it was a gay man singing that. Look what you done to me. I'm mentally at your whim. All of my defenses down. I thought it was a queer ass man because he sounded just like that when he sang at church. Oh, the church ain't like that. They eventually said, oh, we got to talk to you after church, pimping. After church. And he even said that we're going to talk to you after church in front of the entire congregation. So now he's sitting there nervous. Oh, fuck, what are we going to talk about? The church ends up leaving the sanctuary, and it's only just a certain select few there. And they commence to use the Bible to gay bash this man. All in the name of Jesus, of course. Jesus nowhere to be found energetically. And I remember walking up the steps, because again, my dad's a deacon, so he had to be there. And as I'm walking up the steps, I see Ronald rushing out of the sanctuary with tears in his eyes. And I'm sitting there confused, like, what the hell is going on? Like, why is he crying? My dad kind of gave me an abridged version of it. But next Sunday, I asked Ronald, I said, because Ronald came back, because there are some queer people who feel like their way of atoning for their sin is to go to church and deal with being whipped. Like, there are some people in certain types of Christian faiths who would like beat themselves in penance for it. So that's kind of like in a way that they do it, or at least my interpretation of it. And I asked him, I said, why did you come back? Like, what's going on? What happened? And he was too ashamed to tell me. He said, you're too young to understand. Not even knowing that I was going through the exact same experience to him, and I was a child. I don't have to make this shit up. Why the fuck would I sit here and waste time, effort, and energy making shit up? If I'm going to make shit up, I'm going to put it in a goddamn film or something. If it's going to be fantasy, it's going to be in a fucking film or something. I know how to transmute that energy and put it into something productive. I'll give you another story. There was this organ player by the name of Ray. This nigga wore these long ass zoot fucking 4 or 5 button suits. I forgot the name of the suits because I used to work at a suit store, so I know different type of suits and stuff like that. Trust me, I've had all type of experiences. When I speak about queer shit, I know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm aware in these spaces. See, y'all don't know that I'm queer, but I be listening. And these long ass zoot suits and shit, bald headed. No shade. I feel like I'm gonna be bald headed in the future, girl. But Lord, let me at least be married first for a couple years before my hair start losing. Lord, please. And he played the organ. And when he would play the organ, he'd be his little sassy self. And when he'd do the solos, ooh, yeah, sing. You better sing. Sing, Ray. Played the fuck out the shit. He was the one to make sure the men's choir was in order. Making sure the men's choir was singing in harmony. And when the men sung, girl, I'm like, girl, at this motherfucking point, I'd rather listen to cats fuck. Because at least there's more harmony in that. But one day, he decided to bring his partner to church. And they sit next to each other in church. He didn't have his hand around him. He wasn't sitting there beating him off in church while everybody talking. He ain't bust no slob open with this nigga in church, girl. Just simply going to church with his partner because, hell, there are some queer people that want to feel connected to something bigger than them too. And find the love of God in this alleged agape love that y'all say God gives. All it took was that one time. The pastor told him, don't bring him to church like that no more. Even in my experience when I came out and my father told my pastor, I had to go out one night with my pastor, his wife, his son, and his other friends. And I knew it was going to be some bullshit. So guess where we go, girl? We go to a deliverance service. So here it is, girl. I can't even control my own narrative because these motherfuckers already know the answer. And it was this prophetess, and it was people falling on the floor and everything and stuff like that. And I said to myself, okay, universe, God source, if there is something in me that is unclean, if there is something in me that is demonic, if there is something in me that is not like you, and this is all for the benefit of my soul's salvation, when I walk up here, whatever's going to happen is going to happen. If something hits me in my spirit and I feel a jerk in my spirit, or I feel like I need to throw up, I'm not going to fight it. I'm going to allow it to happen. And the prophetess was up there, and I said, hey, if the prophetess come to me and start speaking some shit that's actual facts in my life that she don't know, whoop-de-whoop-de-woo. That lady came nowhere my way. I'm sitting there with my hands up, open to receive. And she didn't even look my way. And there have been queer people, especially when they were younger and they were ignorant and they were afraid. And of course, when you don't have no healthy representation, that can set off depression. Because what does a healthy version of me look like? And even if there are healthy versions, those versions are being demonized. Queer people are talking about their experiences, but the issue is that a lot of the experiences involved y'all. And for the ones who say they don't care, it's time for y'all to actually prove y'all don't care. Because y'all care about the children. Y'all don't care about the queer ones, though. Y'all don't care about the queer ones. Y'all do not care about the queer ones. Y'all don't even care enough to listen to them, because when they talk, you're already being told that if queer people talk, especially in your child, that's a demon trying to take your fucking child's life. And that is a fear that is taught. And in the black community, let's be real, we don't even think about getting mental health help. We've been told to pray about it and let it go. Well, what the fuck do I do in my own time of the whole letting it go process? How do I let it go? When those thoughts come back, how do I combat the thoughts? And there are some queer people like Jackie Hill Perry. Well, not queer people, I'm sorry. There are people who are like Jackie Hill Perry who say they're no longer queer. And I respect her so much, because at least she was open and honest to say, hey, look, I ain't even gonna hold you. I still have desires to be with women. I still have those moments where I would prefer to be with a woman. But because I've made this choice, because I feel like this is a calling for me, I feel like this is better than whatever my sexuality could ever give me as far as being queer. And for the queer people who feel that way, I'm not mad at it. I'm not trying to argue and say that, oh, you're wrong. Again, if you're really confident, if what you're doing is bringing you joy, happiness, and satisfaction in your life, and you're not hurting yourself or anybody, and you're not infringing on the rights of other people choosing to live and express the way they want to express, as long as they're not hurting anybody, why should I fucking care? I'm trying to get to a point to, is it possible for a queer person and an ex-queer person to connect in reference to humanity? Can you even be friends? And just because you can't believe it and you can't see it does not mean that it can't happen. Because even the example they used tonight with that man walking inside of the women's restroom, I was able to be honest and say there are some men out here who want to abuse little girls and abuse women, who end up hijacking. And my thing is, call them motherfuckers out. When black men said I would have choked that motherfucker up on the wall, oh, well, I'm trans. Well, okay, then, well, we gonna see if you trans. Let's look at this nigga history. On social media, do you claim yourself to be trans? What is you? Are we going to put in the work to even figure it out, or are we just going to sit up here and judge a book by its cover? And if you're going to play the predator game, that was still a man. They didn't say they was trans. So again, men perpetuate this more so than trans women ever could. Where are the trans women doing this? The ones who call themselves trans women. Where are the T.S. Madisons who are doing this? Where are the Hope Giselles that are doing this? Where are the Janet Mocks that are doing this? Where? Please show me. Who are they? Where are the trans people that have the recorders in the bathroom that's automatically aimed at women's skirts? Where are the trans people in the wall like Spider-Man in the dark corner waiting to pounce on your child when you least expect it? Call them out. By name, please. Y'all can't. And yes, we do need to protect children more. And black men is right as far as black girls being sex trafficked and stuff like that. We definitely need to pay attention to that. I'm not downplaying that. But if we're going to talk about the children, it will be best to care for the community. It's kind of like if you have a child daycare system, there are all groups of people dropping their kids off, and they're ensuring you to have safety over the kids. All the kids are not going to be the fucking same. There are going to be kids who are shy. There are going to be kids who are outspoken. There are going to be kids who are bullies. There are going to be all different types. This is the community. Hello. But that person is entrusted with the safety of all those kids, despite all those kids not being the fucking same. Which means that they have to be objective enough to listen to all of the children. Kind of like the analogy of Christ being the shepherd, and Christ will go out and get that one sheep that went off. Tell the other sheep, hold on, y'all, hold on. What's the name running off? Oh, shit, hold on. Because he understands the value of sheep. So yes, Christ will go off and deal with that 1% or that 10% that y'all don't want to deal with, but then claim to follow in his footsteps. And you wondering why Christ is on CP time when it comes back, when it comes in reference to the rapture. The way we showing up, Christ really sitting here saying, girl, do I really want to come back? Because, I mean, these are the same people, girl, who chose Barabbas over me, girl. And I was the one healing hoes. I was the one out here having the conversations. I was the one out here loving the hookers and the whores and the sexy reds. I was the one out here talking to them. I was the one out here talking to the saucy Santanas. I was the one out here communing with these people. I was the one that was getting to know these people and judging them by the content of their character and not by what society says, girl. And then struggle in their application, and you wonder why they say that's the path less chosen. See, y'all not ready for this. We are living in an era and an age of evolution and growth. And just like how I will, God willing, when I get up in age, there will be a new generation who will take what we have done and take it to greater heights. That should be the point. We sit up here and say we want the children to be better and to be smarter than us. But then when they do it, we have a problem and an issue with it. And I don't have to have children to know that I was once a child. But like I said again, I'm more so concerned on having the conversations with people who have the wherewithal, like Mr. Bennett, like Dr. Nakumbe. And I'm keep saying their names because I'm gonna give honor where honor is due. I have no problem with that. okay? Mandrell, Shushu, Tough Topics Podcast. Even though she's standing 10 toes down, I appreciate it, but she's still willing to be somewhat open-minded and try to listen. I like that because I'm doing the same thing too. Tyru. Like, and I'm gonna have a conversation with them, but like I said, my main objective, well, one of my main objectives, shall I say, besides establishing community, is also in the educational standpoint, trying to show people what queerphobia looks like and how it operates. So that when years down the line, when we do manifest a generation who is willing to learn from the mistakes so they don't be deemed to repeat the shit, they'll be able to see all this as information to make them better. I would love to live in a world where heterosexual men were so confident that they could be friends with the Saucy Santanas. Because niggas talk about sex a lot too. Let's not act like it. They talk about sex in the barbershops. They talk about sex in church. All that type of shit. And imagine, I have a whole bro right now who is heterosexual as hell. Be diving into all types of pussy. But he is a man who's in touch with his feminine side. He light skinned. So, a lot of niggas think light skinned niggas is weak. And a lot of his friends happen to be queer. This nigga has never taken dick. This nigga has never sucked dick. This nigga has never had his dick sucked. He even had some queer people, because they thought he was just so friendly and kind, that they felt attracted to that and tried to push themselves onto him, or to at least attempt to. And he had to let them know, pimpin', that's not me, bro. And I'm the only gay person that he's ever met that has never done that to him. To where this nigga can sit here and talk about his dick size to me, sit up here and talk about all the sexual conquests we had with women, to the point to where when we would go to the gym together, the lady at the thing would think, when they first met us, they thought that we was in a relationship, and they thought that I was a top and he was the goddamn bottom. Meanwhile, he the one diving into pussy, into coochie, all type of text messages and everything. But he also understands that he considers himself a generally attractive person, and even when men compliment him or hit on him, he don't feel no type of way. He actually feels like, oh wow, you fine as hell when women and niggas think you fine. Damn, that's called general attraction. See, there are some men who are comfortable with themselves that they can do that and not risk or compromise their humanity. There are some black men who simply also want to be free to be who the fuck they are too. Because there's a lot of black men who don't even want to subscribe to the toxic masculinity and just want to be free. That I can still be a man, I can still provide for my family, I can still connect with my woman and do all this stuff, but I don't have to do it in the way that you think I should all the way. I mean, even on one of the previous panels, y'all niggas sat up here and made excuses and exceptions for Prince and goddamn Rick James and goddamn Earth, Wind, and Fire, with them wearing them leotards and shit, and Heat Wave and goddamn Cool in the Gang, when y'all was wearing all that skin tight shit with the goddamn nut sack on the side and shit, when y'all had small waist, all that type of stuff. But see, y'all made an excuse for it because we know who they was talking about. Prince was talking about fucking women, even though y'all thought this nigga was gay as hell, to the point to where some of you niggas kind of questioned your own sexuality, because you was like, damn. It's a bunch of comedians be like, bitch, I looked at Prince, it was like, damn, bitch, why am I getting turned on, bitch? What's this the devil, girl? Rick James girl wore high heel boots, bitch, in the 80s. Wasn't niggas, quote unquote, dressing like bitches? Wasn't they getting the perms and the goddamn eyeliners and shit? Talking about, I want to be a millionaire, all that type of shit. And wasn't Prince whooping you niggas asses in basketball? Didn't Charlie Murphy say that? Charlie Murphy. shirts, blouses. Girl, whooping niggas' asses, girl. To the point where it be grown ass niggas, girl, be crying when Purple Rain come on, girl. We miss you, Prince. Same thing with Michael, girl. It was men and women fighting, bitch. Gone. You have people who are coming out about some of the people who passed away, girl, who y'all knew was queer. Luther Vandross, girl, and y'all was motherfucking shoo, all that shit. I said still in love. Girl, y'all was singing that shit. Y'all was playing that shit at y'all goddamn weddings and shit. Nigga was gay, girl. Putting his life in songs, girl. Secret lover and shit. Don't you know that, baby, singing about niggas, girl. Tevin Campbell recently came out as queer, girl. You can hear it in one of his songs, girl, in Can We Talk? What he say? And just like a woman, you were too shy. But you weren't the only, cause so was I. Cause bitch, you play on the same team, ho. I even found out that the niggas from the Jeffersons with the motherfucking hairline that a particular nigga that be on Black Men Unfiltered have, girl. I ain't gonna say his name, but he know who he is, girl. Start with an R. Girl, come to find out, he recently was discovered to have been gay and that people knew he was gay back in the day. Even Lil Richard, girl. Tutti Frutti, good booty. If it's tight, it's right. Wasn't that the lyrics? And let's not act like niggas was singing on the street corners, girl, about pussy. Shoe wiping and do wiping and get in your pants, girl. I'm trying to get this bitch up to Lover's Lane, girl. Let's not act like y'all niggas don't be trying to conquer pussy. The harsh reality that seems harsh right now, but when you work through your fear, you actually see the beauty in it. Is that, and I'm gonna say this, and this is the part that's gonna go over a lot of people's heads. You got to really put in your work to get to this point. No shade, and even put in more work to establish the foundation for this. Because a wise mystic once said, "The hardest thing that you're gonna do in this life is continue to remind yourself and affirm yourself and actually walk out that you're healed in a world who's going to choose to look at you otherwise." God, source, universe, consciousness, at the core of it, literally, is just power. It's an energy source of overwhelming abundance. It is neutral. It is the intention of the person that is wielding that information. There is literally a scripture in the Bible. I'm trying to pull it up right now so I can find it. Hold on 1 second. Scripture. Oh. I want y'all to listen to this. This is from Isaiah. What's this? Let me click on it. Isaiah chapter 45, verse, where is it at? Verse 7, it says, I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all of these things. Again, Isaiah chapter 45, verse 7. I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. Why do you think that when Christ, before he ascended into heaven, he descended into hell? Shout out to you, Dr. Nakumbe. Shout out to you. And we're going to finish those conversations, even if it has to be over here. because I appreciate your perspective. And when I see black men, especially black hetero cis men, doing the work and especially putting in the work to actually help community and also remain objective, yes, you can still have your own personal viewpoints, but you don't let that stop you from accessing humanity. I'm going to always uplift that. We need more men like that. Christ, before he ascended into hell, ascended into heaven, he descended into hell, which means that no matter where you make your bed, whether it be heaven or hell, love and redemption will find you there. That's why there are so many stories of people who were like for real Satanist, girl, who really was honoring the dark one, who really was sitting here trying to figure out how can I fuck up people's lives, who was calling on demons, girl, to fuck with people, who was looking for an issue to just tap into that low vibrational stuff, to the point to where this person said Satan told him, girl, oh, you one of my favorites, bitch. Oh, girl, it's something about you. You have so much potential. But of course, when you sell your soul, there comes an opportunity. There will come the opportunity, whether you want it or not, or the experience where you have to pay up. And even when Satan, according to this man, was getting ready to swallow up his damn soul, Christ's love intervened and let him know, hey, look, if you want to get yourself out of this, you have a way to do this. Even if you are in the deepest, darkest pits of hell, there is still a light that will never, ever go out. Thank you, Dr. Nakumbe. Please let me know your thoughts after watching the replay. I appreciate you. And exactly, we're in this together. Yes. Yes. And that's the one thing I appreciate about Dr. Nakumbe. He actually is putting in the work and showing you what actual healing looks like, and affirmation and connection looks like. And see, and that's the thing, I can bring all this information, all this awareness, all these statistics, all these facts, all this evidence, all these talking points, all these emotional, intellectual, aware perspectives. But because I'm queer, all of that is going to be overshadowed. And this has been happening historically. And again, these individuals lived in the 60s and 70s. A part of me wished I lived during that time. I would have loved to be able to experience a black community that looked out for each other for real, that actually said, you know what, we're going to meet up in these churches and we're going to use these as opportunities to organize, to strategize. I would have loved to have been able to sit in those spaces to hear Martin Luther King speak in real time, Malcolm X speak in real time, Fred Hampton, Huey P. Newton speak in real time, James Baldwin speak in real time, Bayard Rustin speak in real time, Marsha P. Johnson speaking in real time. All of these people who were on the wave of humanity, to listen to them speak, that benefits all of us, that we always reference and use, these people who put their lives on the line for us. I would have loved to be around in that time, but a part of me is believing that we're manifesting that. And I'm going to say this and I'm going to end it. We are energetically in the same space we've been in since the 60s and 70s, right now. There's been this push from humanity to evolve. And even when you look at nature, it even goes through the process of death. That's why November and December, the colder months, are the most depressing months, but also the most transformative. Because it's an end of a cycle and the beginning of something the fuck else. And if we don't get our shit together, and like Dr. Nakumbe say, really figure out community, when the system decides that it's retribution time, because how dare you motherfuckers rebel against us? When in actuality, they need us. And they want us to need them. that there has to be some sort of retribution. You just can't get away with that. It's kind of like when the slave escapes the slave plantation. You thought you was going to get a smack on your hand, nigga? No. Now we got to cut off your foot. Now we got to 4-quarter your ass. Now we got to pour hot liquid motherfucking pork fat over your damn body and watch the blister the fuck up. Now we gotta put your ass inside of a metal box inside of the ground on the hottest days of the summer, girl, without any water. And even to some of these people's points, and they forget the context and nuance, or the fact that I'm going to sexually abuse you, which means that I'm going to grape you, which means that I'm going to go against your wishes, I'm going to go against what you want, and I'm going to violate you, and there's nothing you can do about it. That same retribution is coming for us. And because we're so caught up in our own pain bodies and caught up in our own egos and don't want to have communication and listen to each other and find a way to validate each other's humanity, black people, at least for the first time in history that I've known, is attacking itself. It's like a cancer eating itself from the inside out, or eating the human body from the inside out. We're not addressing the cancerous issues with humanity. And then we complain about them through certain expressions of certain people's communities. That's why I like these conversations, because we can learn from each other and then go to our respective communities and then further the conversation. Because there's some queer people who gonna be able to tolerate my interpretation of what y'all saying through me. I'll be able to reach the people that y'all can't reach. You should be grateful for that. Just like there's gonna be some people that y'all can reach that I can't, which I'm grateful for. That's a part of community. But if we're about blackness, we have to work through these issues, and they're not gonna be fucking easy. That's why during that era, niggas smoked hella weed, girl. Pick you up a joint or edible if you can't smoke, because I know some of the people on the panel got to smoke. I think Tough Topics podcast boyfriend smoke, a man smoke. I said, hell yeah, I like that for you. You got a man that can smoke, so I know you got a man that's gonna take care of you. Because when niggas smoke weed, girl, they don't really like the bullshit. They just like to be able to chill. And there are some niggas like me who smoke and open up your mind, and we can have deeper conversations. I love conversations. I love talking to people in the capacity that I can, that I get to choose. Because sometimes I want to be able to be like Christ, girl, I need to walk away from y'all hoes for 40 days or 40 nights. I need to recharge. But we have the opportunity to manifest greatness and to actually manifest the hope and the dream of the slave. Or we can continue to argue with each other, and then when the reprimanding comes for all of this inclusion and awareness, we might not even survive it. Black people are already taking themselves out, girl. What happens when retribution time comes against blackness? For the black people who are going against queerness, girl, do you think they're going to stop with queer people? Hell no. They just working with the queer people first, and they're going to move their way up to black people. All that. There are churches in Florida right now that are choosing to teach black history, even though there are laws being put in place in Florida that is stopping actual African black history, because now accountability is being called to them. Now white people have to deal with white fragility and white guilt. I mean, well, your forefathers started this shit, and you can't be mad that now the ancestors are finishing it. That's one of the laws of cause and effect. Eventually, whatever you put out, you have to reap that. And now y'all reaping that, but y'all are denying the reaping process, and then want to sit up here and control the outcome of what reconciliation looks like, as opposed to allowing it to be what the fuck it's gonna be. That if white people accept and agree and acknowledge what they've done to black people, that they feel like it's going to give black people the right to do to them what they did to us, when black people simply want to be able to be left alone with their own community and have the resources to create something black that they control. And even when black people started doing that, like the Black Wall Street, which there are some black people now trying to recreate that. Shout out to them. Again, I'm going to be one of those individuals too, God willing. But when they did, look what happened to those communities. Because again, black people, we are and this is what I'm going to say as far as blackness that I think we all can agree with. We are the prototype, or we are the blueprint when it comes to slavery in this country. Again, we were not even seen as human beings. We were seen simply as property that had no value and worth. And because the property was being told, it was being treated as if though it had no value and no worth, and the society subscribed to that narrative. There were some slaves who believed it. There were some slaves who were absolutely okay with being on the slave plantation. Girl, we get some square meals. If master ass ain't mad enough, girl, we might be able to survive. When master go to bed, we can kind of go outside and have fun and do shit in the dark or whatever. We can eat pig feet, hog maws, and chitlins and shit and all the other type of stuff. We can do all that. Just don't do anything to piss master off, please. Like, please don't. But then there were some slaves who said, bitch, I would rather die than deal with this. Have you forgotten about the slaves? I forgot what ship it was, that when they took over the ship, instead of them going back into the hands of white supremacy, they willingly jumped off of the ship and died. They did that whole Christ thing. Girl, you can't take my life, bitch. I laid down my life whole. You can't fire me, bitch. We quit. Can't fire me, bitch. I quit. That's a level that's dangerous to the society. And the fact that somebody said my thinking is dangerous, it's dangerous to the ego. And usually people learn through danger. Because we all gonna be put in very dangerous situations. Even with me being an activist, I have conversations with myself about what could possibly happen to me. That my level of awareness could be so scary to some people that there will be some people who will be okay with silencing me, if you know what I mean. And what I'm realizing is that I don't have it don't have to end. How can I say this? There are other people who did advocacy work, girl, but they also lived a long ass age. Harriet Tubman ass. That's why I rock with her energy. She went to hell again and again and again and again and again and survived and lived her best life. Who says I can't do that? But at the same time, girl, with Harriet Tubman, girl, she understood the mission so much that when slaves said they wanted to be on that shit, she would ask them, "Are you sure?" Because I should blow your head off by even just telling you that I'm getting ready to do this, because you can snitch on us. And even when the whole trek from the south to the north happened, you don't think some of them people had second thoughts? Oh, girl, fuck, this too much, girl. The dogs barking and shit. Oh, my God, there's a possibility I could get murdered, all that shit. To where she would be like, okay, baby, if you're going to change your mind, girl, we're going to go ahead and give you a factory reset. Woo-don't-don't. Because you're going to fuck it up for everybody else. Because there are some people who actually want to be free. See, again, in the midst of fear, in the midst of danger, the whole fight or flight situation happens. We get to see what people choose. Queer people have to deal with fight or flight all the time. Even when, again, with my stories and my experience, again, I'm walking away from these people and they're following me. Why do I have to have why should I turn around and have a conversation with people who are following me and are telling me that if I open my mouth and talk to them, that they're going to whoop my ass? Why would I turn around and speak to them? And then when I try to, my gay friend stopped me because he understood the reality that I was going to get fucked up, or better yet, we were going to get fucked up. So again, y'all talk about toleration. We had to tolerate that. That even if we were to get our ass whooped, if we were to defend ourselves, that would probably be the worst choice, because then now other niggas jump in. And niggas nowadays don't even know how to fight. That's why I appreciate the olden days, because at least niggas got in the field, bitch. And if you got your ass whipped, you lived to see another day. I can respect that. It reminds me of the movie South Central. They play all the time back in the day on BET, where his son was being quote-unquote influenced by the gang life because his father didn't fucking care about him. So he found a fatherly figure somewhere else, where now he had to make the choice to kill his biological father and take on the ideology of this false father who didn't even really love him, just simply saw him as another protege to pass on his actual bullshit. And his father told him, being a nigga who murdered somebody, being a nigga who went to prison and dealt with all this shit, being told, oh, you'll be back, but really making a change to not come back, told his son, who was following in his footsteps, that if you steal from a man, you can return the stolen goods. You can make amends with that man. If you fight and beat up a man, over time his wounds will heal, and then y'all could possibly have a conversation to transcend whatever. But if you take a man's life, there is no coming back from that, as far as making it right between you and that person. And now there's really blood on your hands. That there are people right now today who are making a change in their life, and they still struggle with God loving them and accepting them because of the horrible shit that they did in their fucking past. And if we're going to play that game, I guess none of us are worthy of redemption. All of us, oh, well, I ain't a perfect Christian. Okay, then, well, I guess we all going to hell. At this point, who bringing the weed, girl? Who bringing the rolling papers? We won't need no lighters, girl, because it's fire all around, girl. Y'all ever tried weed in hell, girl? I at least want to try that, girl, because I'm a weed connoisseur, girl. I'm just here visiting, girl. I just came. I heard y'all weed is fire, literally. It's made from goddamn sulfur and shit. I know, and you can't even breathe down here. This is the ultimate hot box. I don't even think I'm ready for this. Is this a Snoop Dogg level? Can Snoop Dogg do this? We all about to be really acquainted, because there are 660 something sins or commandments that Christ has asked to be kept in the Bible. We all doing something that, if you play with that narrative, let's play the game with the biblical narrative, we all doing something God don't like. And we gonna always do something that God don't like, because we're not perfect. Meanwhile, God sent Christ Jesus, the form of flesh, to show us that even as human beings, that we are loved where we're at. And we were so afraid to accept that, we killed the messenger. Only to sit up here and have organized religion, Ricka remix the shit with no Biggie on it, to turn Christ into a mascot, instead of utilizing him as a teacher. People chose Barabbas, and then when the sky started shaking, oh my God, we made the wrong choice. And even while he was put up on the cross, even when other motherfuckers chose people over him, even when niggas who was close to him failed him multiple times, even when niggas who was walking in faith, like I think when Peter, if I'm not mistaken, who was walking on water for a minute and then lost track and fell, the same niggas who was riding with him, even to the point to where he even knew who the snake nigga was in the group, and even gave that nigga the opportunity. I know one of you niggas finna betray me. And everybody, Lord, is it I? Lord, is it I? Lord, is it I? Girl, he knew exactly what it was. And then when the shit happened, girl, that shit hit so hard hit so close to home that Judas took his ass out. When you are walking in your freedom, that's dangerous to a system that depends on other things to be. Y'all talking about opening up Pandora's box. Y'all say y'all part of the real red pill community, and if that's from the form of the Matrix, which I do agree, because we do live in a Matrix, I do share that same ideology. If it's the red pill, Don't say you're going to take the red pill to go down the rabbit hole, and then when we go down the rabbit holes that you're not used to or you are not expecting, or oh my God, or whatever, it's kind of like taking an edible. When you take an edible, you can't change that shit. You can't control that shit. You got to ride that out, and this is what this looks like. Let me read Dr. Nakumbe's comments. That part need to be able to have deeper conversation to take it back to our perspective places. I salute your viewers that come over to BMU. Thank you. I look forward to the next convo, choosing to bring more solutions and accountability to the convo. That's all I want. And I want queer people to be accountable too. If those people came to my platform and actually listened to what I was talking about, when I do these reality shows that are very ratchet as hell, my perspective, according to them, be boring, or it's not filled with drama, but it be some real shit. So when they actually go through shit, guess who they talking to? Me. When life start whooping their ass, guess who they start coming to? Me. And that's not me being conceited or being cocky. That's me walking in my truth. That's why when I talk about this type of stuff, I know I'm walking in my purpose. And people affirm that all the time, and I don't even be looking for it. It just happens because I be in the present moment. I'm aware of that. But even in my commentary, I try to give context and nuance to queer people. I don't be sitting there saying, oh, yes, bitch, go ahead and fuck. Oh, yes, bitch. I also give different perspectives, too, because even in the queer community, there is this mistrust with even black men trusting other black men. Even in my own dating experiences, I've had 2 black men tell me that they were afraid to be with me simply because I was black, because of the way that I showed up. Usually black men don't show up this way. So when y'all talk about good black men, you're talking to one. To where with every nigga that I talked to, I literally scared them, because now they thought that I was just gonna be the fuck nigga, the one that came through, and they thought that because I was that person, they had this script that they were playing by. But now that I'm showing up organically, and it's kind of like throwing them for loops and shit, now it gets to a point to say, damn, is this person for real? Does this person really care about me? This person is texting me consistently. This person is actually inquiring about my day and is actively listening and asking me questions to show that he is actively listening to me. In the times where there is some sort of intimacy, and you can also be intimate without penetration. The way that he holds me, the way that he affirms me, the way that he touches me. I ain't talking about touching you on your dick and trying to get some sexual stuff going on, but the fact that I'm holding somebody, I'm hugging somebody, and even though I'm short, I'm built like how some of these niggas want to be built, girl. Got a nice chest, nice upper body, baby. To hold them in their arms, they feel safe around me. I don't judge them. I allow them to be themselves. But when they attract people who allow you to be yourself, sometimes that even scares them. And even I had to deal with that. Because I felt like I had to show up in this knight in shining armor type of way to prove myself. And then when people were scared of me, I self-internalized that as something was wrong with me. When I was literally showing up in the way that I want someone to show up for me. But now that I am aware and I've transcended the need of a relationship or the need of validation of a relationship, and now I'm living in the era of want. Now I can show up as myself authentically, genuinely, and dedicate a part of my life and hopefully attract somebody who does the same thing, because I am not your entire world. I am a continent in that bitch, but I'm not the entire world. And when it comes down to the marriage vows of for better or for worse, for sickness and health, rich or poor, I actually want to honor that. Because, baby, my parents honored all of those things. And growing up, there were times where, hell, the heat was off in the wintertime. There were times we had eviction notices on the door. There were times where Christmas came around, girl, and there weren't any presents. And my parents sometimes felt bad about that because when we were younger kids, we had amazing Christmases. We were, going on trips and stuff like that. Just really doing family stuff. But of course, the whole recession happened financially and stuff. Shit really fucked stuff up for a lot of black people. But instead of being materialistic and finding my value and worth in things outside of me, I'm grateful for those experiences because it taught me what love was. When those experiences happened, when we were in the cold and the electricity was cut off in the wintertime, we knew people who had a portable heater. We also had a generator, a gas generator in the motherfucking garage. What we would do, we would all get into the living room. We would put plastic on the windows. We would put bedding across some of the doors and stuff like that. And we would all sleep inside inside the living room. We would light candles. We would play games. We would talk. We would laugh. We would sing. We would do all this stuff. We would make the most of the worst shit. And I'm grateful for those experiences. That's how you transmute shit. When it says to count all things joy, that's what it means to actually apply it. Like, we read the scriptures, but we don't apply it to our lives. And I'm just saying, for me, I would apply the teachings of Christ over everything else in that book. Because all the other books are literally stories and accounts of the divine and people having their experiences with the divine. When Christ comes into the narrative, it's literally teaching you how to have your own unique experience. And queer people are going to rise whether you want it to or not. Women are going to rise whether you want it to or not. Consciousness is going to rise whether you want to or not. A lot of us don't want death to be a part of the situation, but that motherfucker is there. So what are y'all gonna fucking do about it? And we see y'all don't do nothing about it because the fear prevents you from that. And then when you have accountable people in the heterosexual community who can speak on that fear and try to dilute it, we see that y'all want to hold on it too so much, and you will argue professionals down that y'all brought up on the panel and that y'all try to utilize for y'all cause just for it to backfire on y'all. Maybe y'all need to work out some stuff. And I feel like once y'all work out that stuff, then you can come check the queer community. You will have all authority because now y'all got y'all shit together. That's what happens when you're accountable. Been sleeping through the live. I'm sorry. You good, Jerson. It is kind of early. I'm about to get off now because I'm kind of hungry. My ending was just a small piece of an example of what I've witnessed from those that have not felt heard. And when they make an attempt, they get mocked and laughed at. It is not until, in most cases, that they presented with rage, until they felt heard, then boom, knocked down because they spoke too much or too aggressive, effed up. But that's how life works. Sometimes it gotta be them. They say two wrongs don't make a right, but sometimes a negative times a negative equals what? It depends on which math you're using. So again, I'm here to have conversations with those who are qualified to have the conversation. And I'm not saying you have to agree with everything that I'm saying, but can we agree with the objective truth that we all can see, especially if it's backed up with data, stats, and facts? But I also want to show people what homophobia looks like, and I'm going to break it down one more time what homophobia is. Well, what about the website? I'm talking about from personal experience and what the community is saying. Because y'all don't even take the scholarly, professional advice from people on the platform. Queerphobia. And even Dr. Nakumbe said it when we look at spiders. And I was thinking about that too. When you see a spider in the house, I don't give a damn if it's a damn a common house spider, the first instinct is going to be fear-based, and people fear what they don't understand, and then what happened? They hate what they fear. No shade. I don't fuck with spiders either. I don't like looking at spiders on TV. I shudder and shit too. Ooh. But then when there is a spider in the house, I try my best to be like, okay then, well, I'm not going to bother it. Now, no shade. If you in my room or something, oh, pimpin', you got to go. There are so many places you could be in my room. You could hide under the couch, something. But sometimes spiders can be sneaky. 1 minute they on the wall, and the next minute they on your forehead. It just be like, And then no shade, girl, when it be spiders with that be spiders of color, no shade, girl, I turn into a whole Karen, girl. Oh hell, this a brown spider? That's a black spot? Oh hell no, girl, you gotta go. You poisonous. I think we all need to find a way to accept each other's humanity. Because when it comes down to this whole discrimination thing, we all, as humanity, about to know what that feels like. And unfortunately, that's how a lot of us learn. We have to walk in the shoes of other people. And when we actually work past the bullshit and get into the human aspect, you realize we have a lot in common than we do that's different. But we have to find a way to honor the different. For a lot of straight men, I don't understand why they can't be cool with queer men and congratulate queer men and honor queer men. First of all, they taking themselves out of the goddamn competition for pussy. That means more vagina for you. There's more women in the world than men. If there are men out there that want to be poly and have 2-3 wives and they find 2-3 women that's with that shit, I'm with that shit too. At this point, y'all need to sponsor gays. Because I'm telling y'all, there's a lot of gay men, girl, that if they were straight, y'all would really be mad. I remember one time, my friend at the time, we went to, again, it was this black gay club in Detroit called the Woodward before it got burnt down, unfortunately. And we went on a Saturday night, which is the most lit. And this is the time where, I mean, it be attractive niggas that be from other cities and shit, and from northern parts of Michigan who ain't around Detroit or whatever, that be coming to the stuff. You be like, niggas you ain't never seen before. And my friend at the time had 2 biological women come, because at the end of the day, women love partying with the gays. They feel safe with the gays. They know these gay niggas ain't trying to fuck them. They could be, oh, you want to touch my titties, girl? Oh, yeah. They're not trying to get no snatch. There are even niggas who are heterosexual that go to gay clubs just to pick up women. Have we forgotten about the movie Love Boat, when Cuban Gooding Jr. went on a boat and pretended he was gay just so he could smash this one chick? Are you fucking kidding me? But anyway, went inside the club with the girls. These girls got motherfucking drunk because, girl, the gay club you can pretty much put the alcohol in there in your damn car, girl, and it's almost damn near unleaded. It be so strong. They got drunk, and we was outside where all the niggas was at. And girl, they started crying. Oh, these niggas gay. Oh my God, he's so motherfucking fine. Girl, it be niggas tall. All these things that fit these quote unquote qualifications of what a man is supposed to look like. What a man, what a man, what a man, what a mighty good man. And they be with the niggas. And they be feeling some type of way. Oh my God. These niggas gay and they choosing other men. It's enough that we got to deal with white women. It's enough we got to deal with other biological women. It's enough we got to deal with trans women. But now we got to deal with niggas. That's the harsh reality. Maybe if you love yourself, you'll attract your man. How about that? I could talk about this all day, and I will. And I'm manifesting the days where I can get paid for this shit, cause baby, no shade. I put in the work, and I love to do this. And I'd rather get paid doing what I love than get paid doing something that I don't like doing. And if I can help other people to challenge their own thought processes, and hell, myself even be challenged. I don't know everything. Again, I look at life like a student. But I also understand that in order for you to get what you want, you have to help other people get what they want. That is one of the laws of reciprocity. Not only are you supposed to receive, you're supposed to give too. That's how you stay in the ebb and flow of blessings. There's so, and even Tough Topics podcast said it on her address about her address of the black community today. She said it so beautifully with her beautiful self. The black community has so much potential. We can take the shit that motherfuckers was doing in the 60s and 70s with all this awareness and love and the mothership and all this other Earth, Wind, and Fire spaceship connection and shit, to where we could take it to the next level. Imagine a generation where black people have black wealth, have their own black institutions, have their own black businesses and black owned neighborhoods, instead of having other ethnic groups come in and wipe us out with our money. Imagine people who are millionaires putting their money together and putting mental health clinics in the hood. Sometimes these niggas want somebody to talk to, they ain't gonna judge them. Now, if you do the crime, you gotta do the time pimping, but at the same time, you can still be loved and affirmed through that. My mama said it all the time. I love you no matter what. You could be a serial killer. I'll come visit you now. I'll put money on your books. But baby, I ain't about to be up there talking about some, I know you murdered niggas, girl, and I'm gonna be like some of these niggas, girl, putting your picture and your name on a shirt talking about free Bubs, girl, when I know Bubs did some horrible shit. Hell no, Bubs, you got to learn. I'm okay with that. But she still chooses to love. Just like how there are some women who say, look, I love you as my child, but I can't accept your sexuality. That's perfectly fine. That's okay. Now, don't feel some type of way when that child don't reach out to you as much. Don't feel no type of way when there's important things happening in your child's life. They don't want you to be a part of it. Don't sit up there and try to have other family members call them and say, oh, you know, well, your mom thinking about you. Oh, and that is your mom. Well, it seems like my mom is forgetting that I am also her damn son. And that if my mom passed away today, I still gotta live. It goes back to that comedy skit where it's this lady named Auntie Nita. She's very funny, a Detroit comedian here. And she was doing like this parody about what happens when it's time to bury somebody black, you know, in the black community, right? And how the family always need money. We never got no life insurance, so we need to do GoFundMes. Shit, some women might sell a little pussy on the side, you know what I'm saying? Might ask their cousin for $200 in food stamps so they can make some damn fish plates to sell for what's the name funeral and shit. And when they ask certain people for the money in the family, they give some crazy ass responses. I don't get paid to the first. They can't put his ass on ice to the first. You know, black people decompose slower. And shit, how much it costs? That nigga dead. I gotta live after this shit. Shit, I got bills and stuff. I done bought new furniture and shit. I done already did my shit. I wasn't planning for this nigga to die now. Girl. Anyway, it is what it is. I'm grateful for the conversation. I'm grateful that the black community is starting to become more inquisitive about educating themselves about queerness, and really just us working together. That's my goal. I'm not asking you to convert to taking dick. I'm not asking you to convert in what you think gayness is. A lot of the niggas who are saying all this stuff about gayness, gay niggas don't even really want y'all. So please don't flatter yourselves to think that we trying to convert y'all so we can play with y'all. Hell no. Please do not flatter yourself. But I feel like we can make a definite change. I feel like we can. And I mean a change for the better for all, which means not only do I have solutions, I'm willing to listen to other people bring up solutions as well. It goes back to a quote from the show, I think it's the House of Dragons. They said in order to slay a dragon, you have to hit it from multiple angles. You can't just hit it from one angle, because the dragon will be accustomed to that. You got to work in real time. You got to also be mentally aware in real time. You also have to be in the present moment to react to what's happening to you in the present moment. Even when you're training, there is no better teacher than experience. So you trained for this. Now it's time for you to put in the work. And a lot of times people fail. That's okay. Get your ass back up and do it again. You will get to a point to where you will start flowing and it will become natural for you. And there are people who are queer who have been through hell and survived and are living to tell the story to encourage other people who are queer that even if they go to hell because of their family's perspective, because of community's perspective, because of society's perspective, because of the cultural perspective, because of the respectability politics perspective, that you are always in control of your life. You came in this world by yourself. You're going to leave this bitch by yourself. So if it's one person that you need to make sure is good above all things, it's you. And even in the Bible, it reads that the most important thing is to work out your soul salvation first. How can you know the truth if you don't even apply the truth in your life? And we're talking about God here, something that is infinite. Again, God's ways are not our ways and thoughts are not our thoughts, which means that we have to think outside the box sometimes, because that's also where God is. And I hate to say this, but this is true. Religion is God's coffin. It's where God was. The remnants of God is there. But if you want to connect to it, follow the flow. Kind of like a bloodhound that sniffs some shit and follow the scent. It's going to be time to be bloodhounds in your spirit and find out what it looks like for you. So anyway, thank y'all so much. Shout out to everybody who came through on the panel. I mean, on the panel. I'm speaking in future tense here because I want to do panels too. Shout out to everybody who came into the chat. Shout out to Dr. Nakumbe as always. Shout out to Jerson in the building. Shout out to King Deshaun in the building. Okay. Let's see. Shout out to Harold in the building. Shout out to the queer community who was able to sit through the live tonight. I'm proud of y'all. That's how we work through shit. We all gonna be triggered in this bitch. We all gonna have shit said to us. It's about how we deal with it. And I think the fact that we're doing this publicly is going to hopefully teach other people that it's okay for y'all to be able to have these conversations publicly and build reconciliation publicly and establish genuine community publicly. Maybe if we do that more, we can help change the community. That's just my hope. Okay? So please make sure y'all like that this video, please. Hit that like button for me because it helps this channel to grow in the algorithms. Okay? If you like the vibe over here on BubzDaGawd, please make sure you hit the subscribe button as well as the notification bell so you can stay up to date with all of my content and my lives. And if you feel compelled, you can definitely hit that Cash App at the bottom of the screen. $BubzDaGawd. I already got one tonight. Shout out to you. I appreciate it, okay? I'm getting all my blessings. Okay, however the universe want to bless me, I ain't finna stop nobody from blessing me, girl. I got to receive too. Okay, I might be a top when it comes to the bedroom, girl. But when it comes down to my blessings, I am versatile. Real life verse in this mug, okay? And shout out to the people in the bushes. And for those who have a different perspective, I welcome you to leave your thoughts and comments in the comment section. And also, I will probably be doing some more lives this week, possibly, to further these conversations. So if you happen to come in, I would love to hear your perspective and talk about it. And yeah, so thank y'all. And until next Tuesday to actually further this conversation with the heterosexual community. Until then, y'all, thank y'all. I appreciate everybody's perspective because, again, it's helping all of us grow. All right. So with that being said, enjoy the rest of y'all Wednesday morning. And I'll be talking to y'all. Peace.
Love never dies. Just choose to be born again.